And the sad thing about this is that 13 out of the 37 aquifers were found to be depleted or being depleted with very little to no recharge at all. Okay, so what will happen? That means eventually there won't be any more groundwater inside those aquifers. So if you like to know, then this Arabian aquifer system is the most overstressed in the world, followed by the Indus Basin aquifer of northwestern India, Pakistan, and then followed by this Murzuk Diado Basin in northern Africa. All right, that is on the first point. Now, the second issue that is plaguing groundwater is the water quality. And in this context, we're talking about salinization. Okay, salinization due to seawater intrusion. Okay, so that means the groundwater has become saline, right? So let's look at the figure on the left. This shows coastal aquifers, okay? Coastal aquifers. So seawater intrusion means seawater encroaching into coastal aquifers. So for example, we have a coastal aquifer as shown in the figure. Initially, the fresh water in this coastal aquifer is in balance, okay, against the saline groundwater, which is contributed by seawater, all right? But when seawater level starts to rise, which is an unfortunate result of global warming, and also if the groundwater is being pumped more than it can be replenished naturally, all right? So these two factors will combine to push the saline groundwater inwards, inland, all right? So initially, the well, as you can see, it should be pumping fresh groundwater. But if this zone of transition were to move inland, okay, towards the into the land, that means in the future, this pumping well will be pumping saline water instead. So that will be of no use to the population over there. Okay, and this seawater intrusion of coastal aquifers is happening in various countries across the earth, like Egypt, Bangladesh, Timor-Leste, the USA, Israel, South Korea, and so on. Okay, it's happening, and it is still happening. Right. Now, the third issue that I want to discuss or present today is on water-related disasters. So groundwater is also facing a lot of disasters, man-made actually. So this point is actually referring to pollution due to human activities. Okay, pollution to the groundwater due to human activities. So let's take a look at the figure on the screen here. So we have various sources that are contributing to contamination of groundwater. So say, for example, you have a groundwater aquifer, an unconfined one, as shown on the screen. If there are the contaminants of the groundwater can be contributed by chemicals, agricultural chemicals, for example, that may come from fertilizers, from pesticides that are sprayed by the or spread by the farmers to boost up their crops. Okay, crop harvest. So also, groundwater contaminants may come from illegal dumping. Okay, illegal dump sites, they won't have liners underneath them to prevent leachate from entering the ground. So whatever leachate from the rubbish, from the items dumped, that is produced will most likely find its way into the ground and eventually to groundwater, right? And also, contaminants may also come from traffic incidents, okay? Traffic incidents like accidents involving these petrol tankers, oil tankers. So if they overturn or they they overturn, for example, and spill oil onto the ground surface, some of it will migrate or seep into the ground and make their way to nearby groundwater sources. So same goes to underground storage tanks, for example. Underground storage tanks are normally found at petrol stations, okay, frequently found at petrol stations where they store their petrol, okay, to sell to customers. And although underground storage tanks are supposed to be constructed so that they don't have any leaks and so on, but due to age, everything have a lifespan. So due to age, due to deteriorating condition, and along the way, maybe there are chemical reactions or something between the tank and the soil, you know, leakages may happen. Okay, there may be leaks that happen, or there may be holes that are produced in the storage tank. So even the tiny hole that leaks this organic contaminant will contaminate many nearby groundwater sources. And even if, let's say, there is a sanitary landfill, okay, another source, another likely source of groundwater contamination, sanitary landfills. Sanitary landfills normally will have liners underneath it to prevent leachate from entering the ground, okay? But over the years, sometimes the soil may may have a differential settlement. Okay, they settle at different rates at different parts of the landfill. Okay, so this will cause the liners to tear. Okay, and the liners may spring some holes or leak or places where the leachate can now pass through. Okay, so those will also contribute to groundwater contamination. Yeah. So this chart here actually shows the different types of contaminants that may be found in groundwater, right? Groundwater contaminants can actually be categorized into three main categories: inorganic contaminants, organic contaminants, and microbiological contaminants. In my presentation today, I will focus on the category of organic contaminants, where there is another term for it, which we call non-aqueous phase liquids, or NAPL in short form. Okay, NAPL, NAPL. So, what are NAPLs actually? Okay, NAPLs, there are two main characteristics of NAPL that distinguish them from other types of fluids. They are immiscible with water. So this means that if NAPL and water are mixed together, they will eventually form two separate layers of fluid. Okay, meaning that NAPL will not be soluble in water. And NAPL, some fractions of NAPL can be lighter than water, while other fractions are denser than water. So it doesn't mean that NAPL, since it is organic in nature, it will always float on top of water. No, some of it may actually settle to the bottom of the water due to its density. So main sources of NAPL comes from, like I mentioned before, underground storage tanks, such as those located at petrol stations, cleaning compounds, which may contain chlorinated solvents, and crude oil industries. Yeah, crude oil processing industries. So sources of NAPL, it may seep into the ground by itself, or it may be carried by rain, okay, to the groundwater sources. And it's no joke, NAPL, if we ingest or consume NAPLs, they will bring great harm to our health. All right, they will give very negative health effects. They can damage our organs like our kidneys and liver, and even our nervous system. And they are very likely source of cancer, right? And even just a single source of NAPL contaminant can actually contaminate multiple nearby groundwater sources. So that is how destructive NAPL actually is to the environment and groundwater sources. So when we talk about NAPL in the subsurface, normally we're talking about the unsaturated zone in the soil, below the soil surface. So in this unsaturated zone of the soil, the transport of contaminant is actually quite complex. This is because there are different phases involved. So the 4 different phases involved, if we have NAPL in the unsaturated zone, is soil, water, the contaminant, which is the NAPL, and air, because it is the unsaturated zone, so air will be involved. Now, the migration of this NAPL is greatly influenced by properties of the soil media, actually. Okay, not only NAPL, but any contaminant is actually influenced by the properties of the soil itself. Now, I want to talk about double porosity now. Double porosity is characteristics that occurs naturally in soil media. So those of you who are from the civil engineering background, you would have gone through what is porosity of soil, right? So porosity refers to the total volume of pores divided by total volume of the soil sample that you are talking about, all right? But what is double porosity now? Okay, so it is essentially said to be present when 2 separate pore systems occur together in the structure of the soil. So now, the soil initially has a primary porosity, but there now exists a separate pore system, okay, the secondary porosity, I term it secondary porosity in the soil, which they occur together, but they are separate, okay. Double porosity occurs naturally in subsurface media, such as agricultural topsoils, in rock aquifers, in compacted soils. So double porosity media, they are characterized by 2 discrete overlapping continua with vastly different hydraulic properties in each continuum. This means that the 2 separate pore systems, the primary porosity and the secondary porosity systems, they contain very different hydraulic properties. So hydraulic properties means properties like permeability, okay? So the permeability of these 2 pore systems, for example, are very different. So one will contain low porosity, the other one will contain low permeability, the other one will contain high permeability. Right. So an example of double porosity media is fractured rock. Okay, fractured rock. If you look at the figure here, this shows a rock. So if it is not fractured, then this rock will contain one type of porosity, okay, the primary porosity. But now that this rock has, you can see there are fracture lines all over the rock. So these fractures actually form the secondary porosity system for this rock, okay. And the rock matrix itself can be visualized as the matrix blocks over here on the right hand side, whereas the fractures, the fissures in these rocks can be represented by the fractures in between those matrix blocks. All right, so that is 2 different porosity features systems, separate, but they are overlapping each other. Now, another type of double porosity media is aggregated soil. Okay, aggregated soil is soil that is in clump form, so they can be found in tilled topsoil as well as compacted soil. Okay, so for aggregated soil, the soil itself will contain its porosity, a type of porosity. Whereas in between the soil aggregates, there will be the inter-aggregate porosity. So there are 2 types of porosity for aggregated soil. Right. So I'll just bring you quickly through a brief history of double porosity. This double porosity concept can actually be traced back to the first commercial oil well named the Drake Discovery Well in Pennsylvania in the US in 1859. So 2 years later, the author Andrews, he come up with a publication writing about the direct relation between number of rock fissures and the amount of oil that can be extracted from the rock. So these two, Andrews actually found that the more fissures there are in the rock, the more oil can be extracted from it. Now, about a century later, Barenblatt et al., they advanced the concept of double porosity into the field of hydrogeology. And 3 years later, Warren and Root, they adopted this double porosity concept in the field of petroleum engineering. So in more recent years, hydraulic fracturing, you heard of fracking? Hydraulic fracturing to obtain more oil from those shale rocks and so on is actually based on the concept of double porosity. Now, double porosity also can happen in soil. So the authors Bevan and German in 1982, they have stated that this double porosity in soil can be due to soil fauna, plant roots, natural soil pipes, and cracks. Whereas Gezihe and Orr has also stated in their paper that tillage of soil results in soil aggregates separated by inter-aggregate pores, hence double porosity. Now, what are the impact of double porosity in soil, you may be asking. So we know that below the soil surface is the unsaturated zone. So this unsaturated zone is actually the first line of defense against contaminants introduced to the ground. But the presence of double porosity will have a very big influence to the flow of fluids in this unsaturated zone. This is due to the contrasting permeability in the two separate pore systems that we went through just now. Okay, so you see on the screen, there are two items here, capillary pressure and fluid wettability. So these two factors, when combined together, they will affect the movement of NAPL inside soil pores. So for the first factor, the capillary pressure, I think some of you may have heard of this, capillary pressure. So in soil mechanics, capillary pressure is represented by the following equation you see on the screen. So P subscript C is denoting the capillary pressure. So it is equal to 2 times the sigma. Sigma represents interfacial tension between the NAPL and the fluid in the pore, soil pore, multiplied by cosine theta, and theta will refer to the angle. Oops. Theta refers to the angle of contact, okay, between the NAPL, the media, and the media. And then divided by R. R will represent the radius, okay, the radius of the pore of the soil. Okay, so we can see that based on this equation, the larger the pores, okay, the larger the pores, the larger the R value, the smaller the capillary pressure that need to be overcome. All right. Now, fluid wettability, okay. Fluid wettability is the second factor, okay, that can affect NAPL movement in soil pores. So each in the soil will have its own wettability. So the wettability order for fluids in the subsurface is as shown on the screen. Water is wetter than NAPL. NAPL is wetter than air. All right. So fluid that is wetter will travel through the pore of the soils compared to the non-wetting fluid. Okay. So if we have, let's say, NAPL and air together, then NAPL will be the one that occupies the pore of the soil. But if we are to have water and NAPL, then water will be the one occupying the pore of the soil. So how will NAPL travel to the unsaturated zone? So it will fall back to the first factor just now, the capillary pressure. So we know that the secondary porosity system have pores that are much larger than the primary pores. So if they are much larger, the pores are much larger, that means the NAPL will all have to overcome a relatively much lower capillary pressure in order to flow through the secondary porosity features. Right. So I'll just show an example of what happens when you have single porosity and double porosity soil together. So look at the figure on the left. The source of the NAPL, we have a cross section of soil and we have a source there. Okay, so this NAPL is NAPL, hence non-aqueous phase liquids. So within a certain amount of time, let's say t, time equals to t, the NAPL will have traveled to this point. Okay, it wouldn't touch the groundwater yet at time t. All right, but if the soil
Excuse
were
me,
to
sir.
contain, yes, hello.
Sorry to interrupt. We have a next speaker waiting, so can you please conclude if you don't mind? Sorry to interrupt.
No problem, no problem. This is
Yeah,
the second last slide actually.
sure.
Yeah. Okay, so if the soil were to have double porosity instead, that means the NAPL will travel in the same amount of time it would have traveled all the way downwards and into the groundwater source. Okay, so that shows how porosity will affect groundwater sources actually. Okay, so in conclusion, I would say that double porosity will give severe repercussions on water source. And it has been shown in the screen just now that NAPL will flow preferential secondary features, and these immiscible fluids will migrate more rapidly in double porosity soil due to the secondary porosity features. So double porosity should not be ignored in the effort to conserve groundwater sources. So with this parting note, I hope that this will contribute towards future sustainable groundwater protection. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Due to the time limitation, we had to interrupt. I'm really sorry about it, but thank you so much for your amazing keynote session. And thank you for
Thank you.
joining us. So without any delay, I would like to welcome our next keynote speaker for the day. That is Dr. Ayad M.J. Al-Mamouri, who is the Director of Consultant Bureau for Scientific Affairs from College of Science, Department of Biology from University of Babylon from Iraq. Welcome, Dr. Ayad. You may unmute yourself, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you so much for organization committee of this conference, this excellent conference. I am Professor Dr. Ad Mamouri from University of Babylon College of Science, Biology Department. I'm Director of Consultant Bureau for Scientific Affairs at the University of Babylon and certifiers by IVBA, biosafety professional, biosafety and security professional by International Federation of Biosafety Association. So today my presentation is going to be about the effect of climate change on biodiversity. So just to share with us my presentation. Just a minute. Okay. just a minute, sorry. So it is the slide clear for all?
Yes, it's clear, sir.
Okay.
It's clear.
My presentation is going to be talking about the effect of climate change on biodiversity. The climate change and biodiversity have been linked for a long time. Although the climate has always changed with ecosystem and species coming and departing throughout the Earth history. Rapid climate change has any impacts on ecosystem and the species' ability to adapt contribution to the biodiversity. So according to this picture, there is species range shifts because the climate change. This question: how does the climate change affect biodiversity? Actually, the climate change alter temperature and weather patterns. It will also impact the plants and animal life. Scientists expect the number of and range of species which define biodiversity. So will decline greatly as temperature continue to rise. So is climate change the main threat to biodiversity? Climate change and its consequences present one of the most important threats to the biodiversity and function of ecosystem. It includes temperature increase, shift of climate zone, and the melting of snow, several sea level rise, droughts, floods, and other extreme weather events. So according to this picture below, so there's a huge impact on biodiversity for different species. So climate change and biodiversity, impact of climate change on biodiversity, shift in distribution of plant and animals, barrier to movement, changing pattern of precipitation and evaporation, rapid changes, species interaction, shift seasons, coastal margins, warmer ocean. So, for example, in Canada, now they suffer from the loss of fall season for winter. So this losing of or interaction of some season will affect actually on biodiversity and species distribution. So how will climate change affect us? Climate change puts human health at risk. More heat stress, an increase in waterborne infection, poor air quality, and disease transmitted by insects and rodents are projected as a result of changing climate. Many of these health risks can be exacerbated by extreme weather occurrence. What is currently the greatest threat to the biodiversity? Actually, habitat loss is the single greatest threat to biodiversity on Earth today. And this fact is the second largest threat to our existence on this planet next to the climate change. So the important thing, the habitat loss for the biodiversity or for species will affect on biodiversity at all. So potential impact of climate change on biodiversity, changing in the timing and reproduction animal and plants, migration patterns of animals, length of growing season, species distribution and population size, frequency of pests and disease outbreaks. So all this changing will affect on biodiversity. What are the effects? What are the poor effects of climate change? Wildfires have increased as a result of increased heat, drought, and bug outbreaks. all of which are linked to the climate change. Additional worries include dwindling water supplies, lower agriculture yields, heat-related health effects in cities, sites, coastal cities, and coastal flowing and erosion. So according to the this pictures, so the maximum temperature of warmest month will play effective role and vital role in biodiversity of species. Why do we need to stop climate change? Food availability is being reduced due to the increase in pest and illness, as well as a more frequent and harsh drought and floods. Heat stress results in low yields or the worst case scenario. Crew collapse, we have the best chance of limiting global temperature rise, and reducing food security problems by reducing short-lived climate pollutants. So the climate pollutants is the main or the core point of the climate change and the climate effect of biodiversity. So what are the causes and effect of the climate change? Humans are increasingly influencing the climate and air temperature by burning fossil fuels. So the two main reasons of climate change is natural reasons and anthropogenic activities. So from a human by burning fossil fuels, cutting down forests and farming livestock. This which lead to the huge amount of greenhouse gases to those naturally occurring in the atmosphere, and increasing the greenhouse effect on the global warming. Actually, the climate change not affect on a terrestrial environment only, but on moreover for that, or in addition to that, effect on aquatic biosystem. So on the marine species, so effect on according to the greenhouse effect will affect on atmospheric CO2 and will affect on make the effect on activities of marine species. Now, what are the three biggest threats to the biodiversity right now? According to the WWF's Living Planet report 2020, has ranked the biggest threat to the Earth biodiversity. The list includes climate change, change in land and sea, use and pollution. So there's the three biggest threats to the climate change, and climate change, non-climate stress, adapt capacity, adaptation strategies will affect on biodiversity, terrestrial and aquatic ecosystem, ecosystem surface, and the human. So all this effect will lead to the human well-being effect on human. How can human affect biodiversity? Human population levels, land usage, and lifestyles all have an impact on biodiversity, causing damage to the species habitats. The human population will be able to sustain life on Earth for longer if sufficient knowledge is provided and governments are forced to make decisions that conserve biodiversity. So the human play important roles in biodiversity and in declining or extinction, species extinction. So this is the record the climate change related to the threat to the associated biodiversity by region. So in different regions, declining in a species and some species extinction. So what are the problem of biodiversity? Research have identified 5 important drivers for biodiversity loss: habitat loss and degradation, which is in anything in fragmentation or destruction of existing natural habitats, reduce or eliminate the food resources, and living space for the most species. So this is a problem now about the biodiversity. So this map illustrates the ecological sensitivity according to the climate change. So increase to some species, some regions to 100 sensitivity according to the climate change. Now the important question is the climate change bad for 2020. According to the National Organization of Oceanography and Atmospheric Administration, as of October 7, 2022, there have been 16 weather climate disaster events with a loss exceeding 1 billion each of effect on the United States. This include one droughts, even 11 severe storms, 3 tropical cyclones, and 1 wildfire, resulting in 188 deaths and significant economic effect uh, on populations. So this is the effect, as I mentioned before previous slides. Also the climate change effect on the aquatic life, effect on sedimentation, effect on degradation, and so on, effect on all marine lives and aquatic ecosystems. Who is the most affected by climate changes? The German Watch Institute presents the result of Climate Risk Index 22 during the COP25 in Madrid. According to this analysis, based on the impact of extreme weather events and socio-economic loss, the cause Japan and Philippines and Germany are most affected places by climate change today. What are the three main impacts of, I think I have just 5 minutes. What are the three main impacts of climate change? There are three major ways in global warming will make change to the regional climates: melting or forming ice, changing in the hydrological cycle. This is important about the hydrological cycle, evaporation of precipitations, and changing current in the ocean and airflow. So this is a scheme represent the climate changes, temperature, pH, storms, sea level rise or effect, or other human stress, nutrient enrichment, introduced species or invasive species, pollution, fishing will affect on biodiversity and species richness, species evenness, functional evenness, so functional biodiversity. All these activities will affect on biodiversity in aquatic ecosystem. Can we prevent climate change? Yes. While we cannot stop global warming overnight or even over the next several decades, we can slow the rate and limit the amount of global warming by reducing human emission of the heat trapping gases and salt like carbon. Once this excess heat radiated out to the space, air temperature will stabilize. So yes, we can prevent climate changes. So this is about the threat to the coral reefs, climate changes, and about the what can we do for coral reef and how to prevent climate change. So what are the five main threats to the biodiversity? Five main threats to biodiversity are commonly recognized: the program, the work or convention, invasive alien species, climate change, nutrient loading and pollution, habitat change, and overexploitation. So this is the five threats to the biodiversity. Okay, according to this map, so this effect on ecosystem, effect on species diversity. So what are the five major causes of biodiversity loss? Loss is caused by five primary drivers. Habitats loss, invasive species, it's important. Overexploitation, extreme hunting and fishing pressure. Pollution, climate change associated with the global warming. So this is here the statistic results for the losing of biodiversity. So why biodiversity at risk? Much of the Earth biodiversity, however, is jeopardy to the human consumption and other activities that disturb and even destroy ecosystem. Pollution, climate change, and population growth all threat the biodiversity. This threat caused unprecedented rise in rate of species extinction. So most or some species gonna to be extinct and cause the huge number going to be for extinction. Does recycling help climate change? Does recycling help reduce greenhouse gas emission by reducing energy consumption? This avoid greenhouse gas emission that would result from extracting or mining virgin materials. In addition, manufacturing products from recycled material typically require less energy and making products from virgin material. So this is sure recycling will play important role in reducing climate change. What can we do to help to fight climate changes? Make climate change pledge, learn more about the carbon emission, commute by carpooling or using mass transit plan and combined trips, drive more efficiently, switch to the green power, switch to the electricity generated by energy source, low or no routine emission of carbon dioxide. Okay, here we go. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ayad Al-Mamouri, for your keynote presentation.
You are welcome. Thank you so much.
And next, we'll move on to our next keynote speaker for the day. Our next keynote speaker for the day is Mr. Dileep Jain, founder from DJET Foundation from India. I welcome you, sir. Mr. Dileep's work can be summarized in 3 E's, that is entrepreneurship, education, and environment. The DJET Foundation works at grassroots level on the 3 E's. And Mr. Dileep served as the founding member of HIAL and was part of Sonam Wangchuk's core team as a volunteer in SecMol and iStupa project. He did his PGDM MBA from SPJIMR and is also a CA. He has worked in corporate sector for 7 years and thereafter joined a family business and was instrumental in its 7-fold growth. He was also co-founded a real estate company and served as its CEO. He is a public speaker and has spoken and taught on a variety of topics. He is also on the path of learning, doing, and sharing. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. So you can unmute yourself now.
Yes. Yeah. So you can hear me, right?
Yes, yes, I can
and
hear you.
And also see the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Good morning, everyone. So let me start. And thanks, Jazila Mustafa, for your kind introduction.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay, so our topic today is research tools and approaches to improve effective response to climate change. So I just wanted to highlight on few words which is part of the topic, which is research. What research means is to search when you get lost. For example, when you go for a trek and you get lost, you use your maps and you use the compass to search to find the right path. And when you find the right path, you walk on that path. even if that's difficult or that's something not known or it's very inconvenient. But the whole idea of research is to search and to find the right path. The second word in this whole topic is effective response. What effective response basically means is that we need to use complete wisdom or holistic approach when we respond to a situation. For example, I have put in, say, a nutrient cycle, and there are two. One on the left says how a nutrient cycle would be in a pure ecological way, where whatever a man eats gets into a compost, which gets back to the soil, and it becomes soil for growing more food. So that's a complete cycle. Whereas the current nutrient cycle that we see in most cities is broken nutrient cycle, wherein what we eat gets flushed to create pollution, and then we have fertilizer and pesticide plants which helps to grow food. So in this way, the whole cycle is broken. So when I say effective response, means a response which is very holistic in its approach, understanding the cause and effect. And the third word in the topic is climate change. So I'm trying to give a definition of climate change more from a philosophical perspective, not necessarily a technical perspective. And according to me, what is climate change is nothing but a variation in one element leading to multiplier effect elsewhere. And as we all know that the planet is made of four basic elements, which is soil, water, air, and fire. When you combine soil with water, what we get is plants. When we combine soil, water, and air, what we have is animal. And when we add fire to it, we get human. So basically, the entire ecosystem of the planet is based on these four basic elements of soil, water, air, and fire. And plants, animals, and humans are nothing but, in a way, an outcome when these elements interplay themselves. If we understand this basic concept, we can appreciate that any one change in one of these elements would have a multiplier effect on the plants, the animals, and the humans. So understanding this whole system view, taking the whole system view, is very important for us to understand what climate change is and why it matters. If I go a little deeper into it and more from the context of India, I think the reality elsewhere in most developing countries is very similar. The idea here is not to criticize the current system, but what is the way that we can get out of it. So, for example, in India, we see that most elements, this soil, water, and air, are extremely polluted. We can go to any research report, any news articles, and we will find that because of, say, agriculture, because of industrialization, because of the so-called development, because of nuclear families, because of population growth, because of so many other things which are all due to Anthropocene movement, has led to severe extinction or pollution of basic elements of soil, water, and air. So, for example, the fertilizer, insecticides, and pesticides have led to enormous erosion of soil. Similarly, the water, there are research reports which say that 70% of the water in India is unfit for consumption. Or for that matter, air is of a very poor quality. And that's true for, I think, most developing countries. The point I'm trying to drive here is, if soil, water, and air are in bad shape, we should understand that it will have an impact on plants, animals, and humans, because these are nothing but an outcome of the elements. Why do we see this? Because we have seen unprecedented economic growth in last century, or more so in last 50 years. If you see this graph, we see that from 1960 to 2020, the production or the consumption of, say, aluminum, concrete, plastic, or synthetic fiber has zoomed 500-fold, zoomed 1,000-folds. This is primarily because of the development or the growth that we say will elevate masses out of poverty and bring happiness to all. This whole belief that the economic growth will lead to betterment has made us use so much of all these materials. And one can understand that when aluminum, concrete, plastic, or synthetic fiber has grown so much, it is nothing but it would happen only when there is a negative impact on soil, water, and air, because somewhere there will be mining, somewhere where there will be destruction of water bodies, somewhere there will be cutting of trees. Then only these things can grow. Corollary to this is because the soil, water, and air have got extinct, degraded, polluted, we see that world has lost 40% of plant species in last 50 years. The biodiversity of plant, we have lost 40%. Animals, we have lost 70% of biodiversity of animals in last 50 years, 70%, 68% to be precise. This is as per Living Planet Index. So basically what it means is that our relationship with nature is broken. And when the basic elements get extinct and polluted, obviously the plants and animals and humans will get impacted. And this is happening because our consumption, our capitalism, our economic growth is probably going beyond all limits. This is the cause of climate change, according to me. Now, we see this whole Eastern philosophy versus Western philosophy. The Eastern philosophy was more to do with spirituality and non-materialistic growth. This is what Buddha had proposed, and most Eastern countries were following it. But now this whole philosophy is getting replaced by new belief system that the growth of economy, the so-called growth of economy, which is given by the Western country, is good for the world, is good for people, is good for planet, good for everything. But that is not the case. It is not working out. Ecology, which is the reality of nature, is under threat. Ecology is real asset of the world, but it is under threat. Let's go to the other side of economy. You know, this whole cycle I talked about, the effective response or understanding the holistic picture, it's very important, because when the cycles are broken, and we see this cycle broken for everything, not just nutrient cycle, but water cycle, carbon cycle, any cycle that we consider, it is broken. And you know, when the cycle is broken, it creates opportunity for the economy. For example, in this case, when the cycle is broken, there are opportunities for waste management companies, there are opportunities for fertilizers, there is need for pollution control, there is need for water filtration, there is need for healthcare. So this all put together gives opportunity for economic growth, gives opportunity for migration and transportation, because when a system is local and self-sustained, there is no economies there, there is no barter, there is no exchange of goods there. But when the local is broken, when the roots at the local level are broken, the communities become vulnerable, but economy grow. Now when the communities become vulnerable, they are dependent on the same economy, they can't sustain in their own local ecosystem. So we need to understand that when the cycles are broken and taken over by the economy world, it is creating a havoc on the planet. The whole idea that growth in economy will lead to poverty elevation is also not working. We see in India, and I'm sure it's same elsewhere, that top 10% of individuals were owning 45% of the national wealth in 1980s. Now they are owning 77% of the national wealth. The poverty levels are just increasing. So basically what you're saying is that top percentage of population is more and more capturing the wealth. The inequality is increasing. So this whole effect that the growth in economy and the wealth creation will help everyone come out of poverty and elevate, it's not working. It's only benefiting the capitalist, the big capitalist. It's not working. So why are we following this belief or myth that, you know, this is going to elevate and you know, lift us out, when we know that this is destroying the planet? Again, why this is happening, there are many theories, but one of the theory definitely is that democracy is under threat. We see that, you know, electoral democracy, which is what India has been replaced as electoral autocracy in last few years. The Human Development Index, we are ranking poorly on that every passing year. In some way, the democracy and capitalism are like a nexus where democracy provides fertile ground for capitalism to grow. And when it grows beyond limits, when it grows where it doesn't take care of the people, the planet, the ecology, the spirituality, it is only serving purpose of few. This consumerism and capitalism, the so-called Western gift to us, is not even lifting millions out of poverty, and it is leading to decentralization and control with few people. This is, I think, a big cause where we need to redefine what growth and development should be in the new century if we want to really work on climate change. So our research must be genuine. Our research must really understand what the real problems are currently. The biggest problem through whatever search we do in the world are extreme weather events, natural disaster, climate change, water crisis. These are the top biggest problems of the world. But we hear through most medias, through most uh, corporates and governments that everybody is working for economic growth, for stock market, for digitization, when those are not the biggest problems of the planet. So, the focus is not to work on the biggest problem of the planet, but to work on something which is only serving agenda of some people. Now we need to really ponder on the question of, can we have unlimited materialistic growth on a planet which is an infinite planet? Planet is infinite by real resources, but we are hoping that the economy and the capitalism will have an infinite growth based on notional resource of money. The whole definition of sustainability has been twisted from ecology to sustainability of profit. So if one mine or one forest gets destructed and the company has to sustain its profit, it will go and destroy another forest. That sustains the profit of the company, but definitely doesn't sustain the planet. So economy in many ways is almost inversely correlated to ecology. And if it is left untamed the way it is currently, it is behaving like a cancer which is eating the whole body. I am myself a product of economy, and I'm not against it because it has its own merit. But when it is left untamed to grow without any limits, to grow to serve agenda of few, then it is doing more harm than benefit to the entire planet, not just to few people. We need to go back to the Eastern philosophy, or to what Buddha had proposed, law of karma. Everything that we do is going to come back to us and hit us. If we do good, good will be back to us. If we do not so good, we have to face the consequences. So if our basic elements are in trouble, our plants and animals are facing, next will be us. We need to use our research or our search to not just find but walk on the right path. It is time we redefine what is growth and development. Yes, materialistic growth is important, but so is the spiritual growth. So is a limit on it, so that we do this growth in some limits so that it doesn't destroy the contextual local ecosystem. There has been a lot of greenwashing these days by many big companies who are destroying the planet by launching schemes which will greenwash and show that we are doing something for the planet. But those greenwashing will not work till we address the basic elements of restoring the health of soil, water, and air. We need to give importance to indigenous community and localization. Till we don't redefine our path, maybe as humanity we have walked on a path which is not so right. We need to step back and find a path which is more eco-friendly, which is more sustainable, which takes people along, which is more spiritual, which doesn't serve agenda of few people, and follow that new path which will give us the right direction. Gandhi, the great Mahatma Gandhi, said this 50 years back, that what will help the planet is plain living and high thinking. But we have got too much influenced by the Western culture, where the whole focus or emphasis of everybody is high living and plain thinking. It's time we redefine our beliefs and our opinions on what life is, how we need to live. And if we do that, we'll be able to address all the issues of climate change. Thank you so much. I can open it to questions now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dilip Jain. It was an amazing presentation and very inspirational. Thank you so much for joining us. And participants, if you have any questions, please do write to us in the chat box. Our keynote speakers are available here to clarify our doubts. So before we move on to the technical sessions, so we can capture a group photograph together. I request everyone to keep the virtual background and enable your camera. And before that, I will re-show you our virtual platform. Some of them were not available yesterday. So once again, I'm taking you to the virtual platform.
Yeah. So can I go to the questions?
Yes, if the questions are there, we can surely take up some questions.
Yeah. So there is a question of how to regulate and control red tapeism, which are working as a satellite under capitalist lobby. So I think I don't know if I have a very clear answer, but one needs to understand this whole democracy. Everything in the world has evolved in last thousands of years, but democracy is not evolved, and we are made to believe that democracy is for the people, of the people, by the people. But that's not true. It's for few at the top. It's a myth being sold to us that it is working for everyone, and it then feeds the capitalist lobby. Uh, I think till the masses don't come together to save their local ecosystem, it's not going to work. And if decentralization, like a village in India, which is good with its soil, water, and air, which is not influenced by any of the growth capitalist development model, is very happy and content. It doesn't need money for its survival. It can grow its food. It has its water. But when the growth pollutes their soil and water, they are dependent on the whole economy, and they can't even live in their village, nor can get worthwhile employment outside. So I think it's more of a matter of education, where our beliefs need to change, that capitalism or democracy is not working. We need to redefine what growth is and relook at it. But yeah, I don't have a very clear answer what is the best way. But I know for sure that till we don't reclaim our soil, water, and air, we are heading on a wrong path.
Yes, thank you so much, sir, for clarifying the query from Mr. Harish Kumar. I hope that is clear, and sir has given his valuable words to us. So I would be just sharing my screen to show you our virtual platform once again. So here we welcome you all to the virtual platform of the Second International Conference on Climate Change. Participants can acquire your agenda from here or by downloading it from the bottom click button that is available over here. And as earlier said, you can capture your selfie photographs at the selfie zone by clicking right over here. And the presentations and all the technical sessions and the keynote presentations were played from the auditorium here, which is actually available and streaming live on this virtual platform, as well as on our Facebook and YouTube pages. So if you're a person who have been watching earlier, I guess it will be familiar to you. So I hope you liked it, and don't forget to send us your feedback right over here by clicking and submitting your feedback forms. We'll be looking forward to it so that we can improvise from our side and make you feel better on our conferences. So thank you so much, and moving on to the photo session. Yes. Okay, everybody can enable your camera if you're, if you don't mind about sharing your camera. Okay, clicking the picture in 1, 2, and 3, just a moment. Yes, thank you so much, everyone, for sharing your camera and being part of this photo session. So we'll all remember and cherish this moment together once the pandemic is over and we meet for the next physical conference together. So thank you so much once again to all our keynote speakers who joined us today. So next, without any delay, we'll move on to our technical sessions for the day. So before we move on, I would like to introduce to you our session chair for the day, that is Dr. Lavanya Balu, who is the senior lecturer from Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, University Technology Petronas from Malaysia. And the technical session involves total 5 subtracks today, and which are Earth Science and Economy. Then we'll be discussing about natural hazard, and then renewable energy impact on climate change, then on global environmental health and impact of climate change on public health. So the presentations will follow as per the agenda. So good luck to all our presenters, and with this, moving on to our technical sessions. Dr. Lavanya ma'am, can you hear us? Ma'am, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi Miss. Can you hear my voice now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
You may address the participants before they go on for their presentations.
Sorry, please come again.
Yeah, could you please address the participants?
Oh yeah, sure. Hold on. Yeah, I try to on my camera.
Sure.
1 minute, please.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sorry everyone to make all of you to wait. I hope you can view the video. Is it okay, the video, Madam Jazila?
I guess I'm not able to see your video right now.
I see. Okay. Just 1 second, please.
Yeah.
If not, I just like proceed with the session. Yeah. I hope it's okay now. Is it okay, the video?
I guess maybe there's a delay because of the network issue. You may begin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
I can see you now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Jazila, for the introductions, and to the participants for the participants and also organizers, I would like to say welcome to the Second International Global Climate Conference. It is a pleasure to join this conference. Thank you again to the organizer for the invitations. And since this it's held for 2 days, right? From 25th, that was yesterday, up to today, 26th. And yesterday, I've listened to a few of the paper presentation, and it was such a nice presentation with very informative informations. So I would like to take the pleasure to continue as a session share for today. Let me just introduce briefly about myself. I'm Dr. Lavanya from University Technology Petronas, Malaysia. And this university is located in the northern region of Malaysia. And I'm from Civil and Environmental Engineering Department. Okay, without further ado, let me introduce the participants for today. That we have the participants, Mr. Gautami, and Ms. Hasnain, number 2. The third presenter is Sudati. Fourth is Benson Paula. Fifth is Dr. Anju from Mahatma Gandhi University. And then the sixth presenter, Dr. Shaini from Mar Thoma College, India. Number 9 is Mr. Simi Joseph from Kerala, Mahatma Gandhi University, Kerala, India. And last presenter will be BHU India. That is Miss Shubhangi Shriya. I hope I have addressed correctly. So yeah, presentations and all the best and be safe. Thank you, Madam Jazila.
Thank you, Ms. Lavanya ma'am, for your welcoming our participants. So good luck to all the participants. So first of all, I will invite our first presenter for the day. So beginning with our track, first track of the day, that is Earth, Science and Economy. I would like to welcome Gautami Prabhakar Bura from BKPS College of Architecture from India, who will be discussing on the importance of regenerative system in architecture for climate change. Yes, Ms. Gautami, you can unmute now.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. Just a minute.
Yeah.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, it is visible. You may begin.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Today I'm going to present my paper, Importance of Regenerative Systems in Architecture for Climate Change. So climate change is changing due to many reasons. Pollution, warming, and many other reasons are the cause. But one of the causes is construction and buildings. So rise in construction leads to excessive demand of resources. Buildings use a lot of energy and other things which lead into decline of biodiversity and many other things. The challenges we face today are carbon emissions, shortage of potable water, depletion of biodiversity, human health, climate change, and scarcity of resources, depletion of fossil fuels, population growth, and urbanization. These are all the challenges we are seeing today. So the purpose of regenerative architecture is to reduce environmental impact. We will study in detail how this can happen. So based on the concept of minimum use of resources, regenerative architecture is where a building start regenerate whatever needs it requires. Positive impact on the environment, beneficial footprint, and to regenerate energy, water, and biodiversity. Building must manage waste, stormwater management, which we said water has been a shortage. Some areas have less rainfall or less water supply. Existing landscape and biodiversity is declining due to the footprint of the building. Sustainable energy generation, electricity generation takes a lot of pollution. Thermal efficiency and reduce of greenhouse gases by the use of green roofs and other sustainable options. So the aim is to study regenerative architecture and its contribution to improve climate crisis. So can regenerative systems develop and improve this crisis? The resource
Ms. Gautami, sorry to interrupt. You're not audible. Can you be a little more audible?
Okay. Am I audible now?
Yeah, maybe a little more louder and clear. You can hold the mic a little closer.
Hello.
Yes, now it's audible now.
Okay. Okay, I've off the camera. So conventional office buildings which in India, most of the construction is RCC, and these conventional buildings mostly I'm talking about office buildings because they require excessive demand. So high CO2 emissions during construction. Concrete mixing emits lot of carbon dioxide. Use of non-recyclable degradable material is not used. Some bricks can be made out of fly ash or other materials which are recyclable, but they are not being used. Only conventional bricks and concrete blocks are used. Excessive energy is used. Artificial lighting and ventilation. Artificial lighting and ventilation requires AC systems and also consumes a lot of energy. The remaining site is also paved with impervious surfaces. We know that everyone uses underground water, and impervious surfaces prevent water percolation and thus reduces water level underground. No provision for use of rainwater or recharge underground water systems. So rainwater flows through the city and is not made of good use. Huge amount of waste is disposed without treating. Improper planning with respect to natural light and ventilation. Destroyed native biodiversity. These are what happens generally in conventional buildings. So I am going to do a case study analysis. One of the case study is Salzan 1 North Pune office building. This building is designed by architect Christopher Charles Benninger. It is located in Pune, Maharashtra, India. So the site area is 10.3 acres and it was built in 2009. It is a LED and GREHA certified building. It is said that all the energy required for the building is kilowatt of heat is produced on site, which 80% is wind and 20% is photovoltaic. All of the energy, that is 4 megawatt, is produced at the windmill farms. So the project consumes 92% of power. Lighting is controlled by daylight, providing proper planning, daylight and sensors. LED outdoor lights saves 30 to 40% of energy and operating cost. Non-toxic and recycled materials are also used. So it is a perfect example of a green building. Green building follows sustainable ratings and thus it provides sustainability. So the other case study is Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai. This campus is, the buildings in the campus is not a green building, but they have adopted some regenerative systems. The site, having barren marshland, is converted to extensive plantation. So at the campus, let me show you. This is the Powai Lake. Is my screen visible? Yes. So the campus is shown and it is located near a lake, natural lake, and thus is home to biodiversity. Just a minute. So the campus is home to 843 species of flora and fauna, 172 species of butterflies, and many trees. So they have restored whatever the lost biodiversity is there. Constructed wetland filters, 30,000 liters of sewage every day and releasing back in the Powai Lake. Green campus initiatives has been done for issues like water, biodiversity, food waste, climate and air, social outreach, and land management. This initiative is a regenerative system. The building is a very old building and we cannot make it a green building, but some systems we adopt make it a regenerative system. So this initiative was inspired and adopted by 40 large educational institutes in India. So the major challenge in Bombay is urbanization and biodiversity is really getting depleted. As per the analysis, green buildings are also regenerative systems used. Whenever architects design a building and they follow green building certifications, that also contributes to the environment. But here we can also see a case study which is not a green building, but still regenerative systems can be the building can be a regenerative campus instead of a building. So provisions can be given in site also. Other than that, conventional buildings cause a lot of problems, increase pollution and global warming. Conventional practice achieves minimum standards of building laws given by the government. Green high performance buildings have performance improvement, net zero, carbon neutral, and they are towards sustainability ratings. But regenerating is the reversal to pre-development, environmental conditions, human and natural systems actively co-evolving as one. Regeneration provides more availability of building needs and improves the surroundings. We can overcome whatever shortage is there and reduce harmful emissions, reduce pollution, and heal the surrounding environment at every individual level. We are at a stage to recover the nature. When we say save trees, only saving trees is not sufficient. We have to plant more trees to restore the biodiversity. This is the same concept of regenerative architecture. So that it should be in focus to recover the natural environment and keep balance between human and nature. Not only before planning, implementations can be done after the building is constructed, as we have seen in the case study of IIT Bombay. If every building even at least adopts one regenerative system, then the nature will heal soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gautami, for your presentation.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, moving on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to welcome Sudhati Akshita from State Horticulture University from India, who will be discussing on climate change and its impact and the research tools and approaches to improve effective responses to climate change. Ms. Sudhati Akshita, you can unmute yourself now.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Am I audible, madam?
Yes, yes, you're audible.
Yeah, it's done. Is the screen visible?
No, not yet. You haven't started sharing the screen.
1 second.
Yes, it's visible now. You can begin.
So good morning to one and all, and I'm going to discuss about climate change, its impact, research tools, and approaches to improve effective responses to climate change. So first, coming to the introduction. So let us know what is climate change. Climate change is nothing but it is attributed directly or indirectly to the human activity, and it alters the composition of global atmosphere in addition to the national climate variability, and which is observed over comparative time periods. Climate change also refers to the major changes in temperature, rainfall, snow, or wind patterns, and it lasts for decades or longer. Next, coming to the factors which contribute to the climate change, both human-made and natural factors contribute to the climate change. So first, coming to the human causes, these may be anthropogenic or man-made, and these include increasing greenhouse gas emissions from burning fossil fuels, coal and gas, and pollution and smoke, which is from the factories, and cutting down large forests. These trees absorb CO2 and pollution. So deforestation creates about 6 billion CO2 per year, which is also responsible for the climate change. And due to increasing world population, more population requires more food, energy, transportation. More people also means more CO2 production. So which also responsible for the climate change, and farm animals also produce methane from their wastes. So among the coming to the natural causes, the Arctic tundra and wet islands release a methane, a greenhouse gas. And Earth naturally has a cycle of climate change that occurs every 40,000 years, and changes in the Earth orbit, ocean currents, solar variation, and volcanic activity. All these causes climate change. So coming to the greenhouse gases, and majorly carbon dioxide contribute more to this global warming and also climate change. That is, carbon dioxide alone contributes to 64%, followed by methane 19%, whereas chlorofluorocarbons contribute to 11% and nitrous oxide contribute to 6%. Next, contribution of different sectors in the world to the climate change. So here we can see that industries contribute to 19.4% to the climate change. And highest climate change is due to the energy supply, that is 25.9%, followed by industries, followed by forestry. And even residential and commercial buildings alone contribute to the 7.9%, forestry 17.4%, whereas waste and wastewater also contribute 2.8%. Next, coming to the consequences due to this climate change. So first is expansion of greenhouse effect, and second is global warming, melting of polar ice sheets and glaciers, increase in the sea level, which also results in flooding and erosion of coastal and low-lying areas, and extreme weather due to increase in surface temperature. And there will also be risk to the human health and also risk for wildlife extinction. And it also imposes heavy cost on the society and economy. So coming to the mitigation strategies. So first, so we have to switch from using coal to petrol to natural gas, which are better in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. And also efforts have to be made in order to use alternative sources such as hydropower like solar and wind. And we have to make transition to the clean energy. Investment in renewable energy is a priority area for action. And also we have to reduce the usage of cars and also efficient driving styles in relation to the urban planning and availability of public transports. Even we have to bring changes in our lifestyles and behavioral patterns, such as occupant behavior, cultural patterns, and consumer choice in the buildings. So unless we make a substantial investment in the building and maintaining low carbon infrastructure in the transport, construction, and other related sectors, we cannot meet the challenges of climate change in the long run. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Akshita, for your presentation.
Thank you, madam.
Next, I invite Benson Pola from Mariano Marcos State University from Philippines, who will be discussing on being in the world, existential analysis of Pierce TY as an approach to climate change. Benson Pola, you can unmute yourself now. Kindly unmute.
Okay, can you hear me, guys?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. Thank you so much. You can put it on slide mode and begin your presentation.
Can you see my slides?
Yes, yes.
All right, thank you very much for having me. Good afternoon to each and everyone. And thank you very much for having me and sharing my points with regards to climate change. I am Benson Pola from the Mariano Marcos State University here in Batak City, Philippines. And the title of my presentation is Being in the World, Existential Analysis of Pierce TY as an Approach to Climate Change. This is partly contained in the book that I've written, Climate Change, Threat to Grassroots Creation, and I am lucky to share this with you on the thoughts that it will probably change our vision for the world. So, man's existence is made possible partly because of and for the world. As human beings, we cannot ever deny that it is only here, planet Earth, where we can possibly live. The Earth is our only home. What will happen to mankind if her wealth is completely depleted? Obviously, there will be no riches, no shelter, and no food. Without the providence of the earth, man is completely reduced to nothingness. What then is meant by the concept being in the world? If human being is really being in the world, then it simply asserts that the world itself is part of the fundamental constitution of what it means to be human. For Heidegger, I am my world, that the world is part and parcel of my existence, part and parcel of my being and the fabric of my existence. To reflect on the significance of being in the world is to posit the question, the following questions. What have we done to our home? What is the reflexive impact on the abuse and misuse of nature? In what way can we aptly apply into practice being in the world and being with the world in our relationship with nature? What have we done to our home? The worsening ecological situation of the world started during the Industrial Revolution in the 18th to 19th century. It is now in our present time that we can feel the effects of the emergence of greenhouse gases that we unknowingly produce from our desire to consume the wealth of the world. What does GHG do to our environment? GHG traps the escaping heat that originates from the sun, making it global temperature unmanageably high. We call this high global temperature global warming, and its scientific euphemism, climate change. What then is the reflexive impact on the abuse and misuse of nature? Definitely, global warming worsens weather conditions that obviously affect us humans. It is for this reason that we are threatening our own selves by how we treat nature. We are humanizing the world, and yet the world does not get humanized. In what way can we apply into praxis being in and with the world? It is with utmost significance to see the consideration of looking at what its sacredness in relating the self with nature. This is not a way to which we directly relate to the Supreme Being, but rather how we reach to experience what is sacredness in the midst of relating ourselves with nature. Sacredness happens when we establish a mutual reciprocity that must be amiably and genuinely initiated not by nature, but by us humans. What kind of project then that we must always do? The project must evolve from what I call the peers steel system. This system is a humanistic approach in dealing with nature. Peers, which literally means brothers or comrade, is derived from pro-environmental act, earth-friendly user, and 5Rs NSB way, which means reduce, reuse, recycle, recover, rethink, and stop burning. While TY categorically means thank you, comes from Trees for Life and New Forests. First, to explain is pro-environmental act. This concerns governments to enact environmental laws and pioneer environmental projects. Government taking on to use their political power and lead the way in doing actions for nature. The second approach is earth-friendly user. It concerns doing eco-friendly tasks to attain the goal of the system. This includes the use of bicycles, use of electric public utility vehicles, eating local food, practice waste segregation, use of water refillables, use of paper bags, and among others. And the third is the obligatory implementation of 5Rs and SBWay by all persons, businesses, churches, schools, corporations, and other civic groups. Any altered dealings with nature always open a harmful impact to the environment. And fourth is the constant practice of trees for life. Without trees, the world is faced by annihilation. Trees for life must be a compulsory practice when celebrating memorable occasions like birthdays, weddings, baptism, promotions, Christmas Day, Earth Day, New Year's Day, anniversaries, and among others. This is what I call, and we can also name actually the trees by your name. The fifth approach is sea forests. The purpose is to enlighten and encourage owners of privately owned denuded mountains to enter into a lifetime entrepreneurial endeavor. It is turning unproductive land into endless multi-million income generating project by planting either lumber or fruit trees. The condition is, if one of the approaches of the Christie-Y is left out, men persist to live in the Anthropocene era. Embracing, living, and practicing the Christie-Y is a showmanship of a harmonious bond between humans and nature. Man must think rightly and feel what to do while fulfilling the demands to survive from material needs. Our sacredness provides a manifestation that if we fail relating ourselves well, we likewise fail in realizing the true nature of ourselves. If we do what is not proper, then we are rejecting or denying ourselves as rational beings. Transcendence with the world is mankind's ultimate pursuit for a greater purpose. We may be moving in circles, but in essence, it is from this circle that we can move to a new paradigm in forming a better world for humanity. It is in this world where man's self-becoming occurs. It is, in fact, the interrelatedness between being and with the world where man's sacredness is being defined. Man is therefore duty-bound to legitimately and possibly act to save and care for our home. And doing this is redounds to my existential philosophy, the U is for the you. The gist of the you is embedded in nature because he could not find the necessary relationship to the Supreme Being without the world and without other beings where he coexists with. The world is simply a part of the beingness of man. And I close my presentation by mentioning my adage, which I think similar to what Dr. Dilip has said a while ago from Buddhi Purnima. Love begets life, and life started with and in this world. For no world at all means no man at all. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Benson Polo, for your amazing presentation. And regarding your query on publication, I have answered it. And if any participants, you have a similar query regarding publication of your research paper, you can write to us and submit your manuscript. We can help you in publishing your research papers in relevant Scopus and Web of Science Index journals.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you can contact with our coordinator, Ms. Anita, and she will surely help you with that.
Thank you very much,
Moving
Mr.
on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Anju Liz Kurian from Mahatma Gandhi University from India, who will be discussing on the climate change mitigation and carbon market, the challenges and the opportunities. Yes, Dr. Anju, you can unmute yourself now.
Madam?
Yes, I can hear you.
May I share the screen?
Yes, please.
Is my screen is visible?
Yes, yes, it's visible. You may begin.
Respected Chair and dear fellow participants, and today the topic of my discussion is climate change, mitigation and carbon market, challenges and opportunities. We all of us are more or less aware about climate change, its causes, its impacts, etc. And we also know the mitigation strategies. There are mainly two types of mitigation strategies. We can categorize it into two. That is emission reduction measures, which includes use of renewable energy sources and sustainable transportation, etc. And creation of carbon sinks, which includes afforestation, reforestation, etc. Also use of carbon capture and storage technologies. And carbon market is functioning based on these mitigation strategies. And discussions on the carbon market starts during the Rio Earth Summit of 1992, where the United Nations Framework Convention of Climate Change has created to discuss about the mitigation and adaptation strategies and all issues regarding the climate change. And the conference of parties, which is the apex body of UNFCCC, and which discusses about the formation of policies for the mitigation and regarding all the activities of climate change. And in the initial years of the functioning of UNFCCC, on the topic of carbon market remained as a theoretical matter or theoretical chapter in the economic textbooks. But later, the conference of parties started to seriously discuss about the carbon market and functioning of a carbon market. Then by the creation of the Kyoto Protocol in 1995, and by that agreement, which included carbon market mechanisms in its agreement. Mainly 3 market mechanisms has introduced in the Kyoto Protocol, namely emissions trading, clean development mechanism, joint implementation. And these 3 mechanisms can be generally categorized into allowance-based transactions and project-based transactions. Then ETS means emission trading, and CDM, clean development mechanism, which is the projects that developed countries can be invested in developing countries, and joint implementation is the projects that developed countries can be invested in the developed countries itself. And this picture shows how the first one, this allowance-based, how the allowance-based transactions, emission, that is means emissions trading system, how it is functioning. For example, emitter here, every countries can be taking part of it, and companies also can be taking part of it. It can be either a company or a country is part of this trade. And in here, a quota will be allotted to each emitter. For example, emitter A, this quota will be can be seen as a dotted red line, and if emitter A gets a certain amount of quota, also emitter B also gets the same quota of emission. Then emitter A emits more than the allocated quota of units of carbon, and but the emitter B is not reducing emitting up to the allocated quota, but emitter A can be purchased the remaining quota of units of emission from the emitter B. Then emitter A pays for the quota they are buying from the emitter B. Like that, this emission trading is functioning. Then next is the project-based transaction, and this picture shows how these emissions-based these project-based transactions are functioning. Here, carbon offsets. A company A needs to meet its emissions cap and wants to purchase a certain amount of carbon credit from somewhere, and it wants to invest in carbon offset programs, and company invests in an emission reduction project that produces carbon offsets. Carbon offset programs includes reforestation, afforestation, renewable energy, etc. Then company A receives the carbon credits from its investments, and it compensates its emissions. This can be taking place between developed and developing countries, and between developed and developed countries. And by the end of Kyoto Protocol's period, it ended in 2020, and the new agreement came into force from 2021 1 onwards. Here, Paris Agreement also has introduced certain kinds of market mechanisms, and its Article 6 deals with these various kinds of carbon marketing mechanisms. And one of it in this mechanism is internationally transferred mitigation outcome, ITMO, and the other one is SDM, Sustainable Development Mechanism. And the terms and conditions and how it works has not yet finalized due to various reasons, like engaging parties cannot come into a consensus on regarding it, and they are waiting next, and all of them are waiting and assumes that it will be finalized in the next conference of parties, which will be taking in the November 2021 at Glasgow in UK. Then experts has opinion that ITMO will be the similar as the emissions trading of the Kyoto Protocol, and SDM will be almost same as the CDM, Clean Development Mechanism of the Kyoto Protocol. And it has also introduced some of the non-market approaches for the mitigation and adaptation of climate change strategies. Then there are various opportunities as well as challenges for the carbon market. The opportunities includes, it is assumed that these carbon market mechanisms can support net zero emissions target. And also, as individuals, each one of us can involve in the carbon market. That means if we are ready to, or we can create some kind of carbon credits, we can sell it in the carbon market. It has some challenges, including as every market, carbon market also has an exploitative character, and if we are not aware of it, and it is the capacity to increase the gap between rich and poor. And developed countries always imposes the burden of emissions on the developing countries by investing in projects, carbon credit projects in the developing countries. And developed countries has no responsibility. Developed countries has no responsibility to decrease its emissions, but they can continue as the emissions they have emitting all through these years. And carbon footprint means each as a person, we have to responsible for our each unit of carbon footprint. For example, Government of India has increased its fuel prices all these years, and it has reduced its subsidies for the LPG. And we are faced as it is intended to reduce emissions by increasing its prices. But as common people, we are suffering from it. So its exploitative character is continuing in the carbon market. And these are some of the strategies of reducing emissions, that is agroecology, community governance of renewables, direct resistance to resource extraction, indigenous people as frontline defenders, etc. I like to conclude by saying that if developing countries like India would not judiciously involve in the carbon market, the current exploitation will continue. As a developing country, India can reap the benefits of carbon market via its biodiversity and renewable energy sources, because India has a plenty of biodiversity as well as it is enriched with renewable energy, various kinds of renewable energy sources. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anjulis Korean, for your presentation. So moving on to our next presenter, I would like to welcome Chakrabarti Sudipta from the Assam Royal Global University. And his topic for the day is climate change and sea level rise in the last decade from the perspective of goals set in the Paris Agreement, an appraisal. Mr. Chakrabarti, you can unmute yourself now.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Well, good afternoon. I was prepared for 12:30, but a little bit earlier. I think the time has come. It's fine. Actually,
Yes, sir, some participants couldn't join us.
I think
so we are a
something
bit
has been
early.
missing. Yeah. Have you got my introduction? I have sent you a message in the chat box actually. Basically, I am a port engineer. I used to work in Haldia port. I'm a retired chief engineer of one Indian port. I have my master's from IHE Netherlands, from Delft on coastal engineering. I have about 40 years of experience in the ports and marine field in various kind of works in sea. Presently, I am doing PhD on climate change and its impact on sea level rise, and my focus is on the city of Mumbai. Now, climate change is a topic of concern for everybody in the world, and we have got a lot of literature and established facts that climate has been changing, and it is mainly because of global warming. Now, global warming is something which has been man-made.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry to interrupt. Would you like to share the screen?
Yeah.
Yes, you may share your screen, sir.
Share. Okay.
Yes.
Then I will go back to my presentation. Then only it will be meaningful actually.
Sure.
Now, according to...
You can put it on slide mode and begin, sir.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that. Is it okay now? Visible?
Yes, it's visible. You just have to put it in slide mode.
Yeah. Now the question is why the climate change has happened? What is the reason for climate change? As per Stephen Hawking, the climate change is basically the effect of human greed. We, the people in the entire world, throughout our civilization, has exploited the nature itself, and we have developed the kind of greenhouse gases from our variety of activities in industry, from transport, from air flight, and from use of a lot of things like food waste, then livestock, etc., and the percentage of carbon dioxide and the nitrous oxide and other gases like methane, etc., has been accumulating in the atmosphere, and that is the reason for global warming, and that is the reason for climate change. Today, when we are attending this seminar and conference, one very strong windy storm cyclone Yas is having a landfall at eastern India, and a lot of devastations are taking up in various places. The thing is that is also due to climate change effects, and in recent years, the number of such incidents of extreme weather has been increasing. Now, to find out how much the climate change is to be tolerated and what is the effect of climate change, there has been a lot of research from variety of science faculties, like from the field of environment, from the field of ocean engineering, from coastal engineering, and with the help of remote science technology, hydraulics, and a lot of other things, including geology, geoengineering, and kind of a lot of areas of research. Climate is one of the most important concerns for the people of the civilization, and we need to save our civilization from the climate change. So there had been one agreement that is known as Paris Agreement, We know in 2015 the Paris Agreement took place, and 196 countries joined the Paris Agreement on December 12, 2015. There was a resolution taken by all the people that the agreement was that we all the countries will limit the global warming below, preferably below 2 degrees centigrade and preferably to 1 degree centigrade, 1.5 degrees centigrade. But the question is that whether we have been able to achieve it or not. I took an interest to find out the kind of present status that after 5 years, in the first 5 year, when the first 5 years is over, whether how much we have been able to control and the climate change and reduce the global warming, and whether we have been able to come to the desired level of temperature control that is below 2 degrees. Unfortunately, the research says no, we have not been able to come to the agreement, to the value of the agreement. And because of climate change, actually there had been global sea level rise, and the sea level rise as per projection, the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change and IPCC is a global body of the UN authorities who does this research on climate change and sea level rise, etc. And they have made a lot of forecasts from different corners of the world. There are, quite a few number of a lot of countries are actually doing all these this thing also. Research on this, and the forecast says from mathematical models, from the whatever we get from the satellite information and all, that the global sea level rise values will be about 18 to 59 centimeter by the end of this century, because it's accelerating throughout the years, and in the last 20 to 30 years it has been accelerating more and more. Now it's a matter of concern that if the global sea level rises in this fashion manner, then what will happen? In fact, there had been forecast that it is predicted that the global sea level rise can be in the order of 1 meter at the end of this 2100. And it will be more and more after the next century and all. It can even go to 3 meters, 4 meters. So what will happen to the island countries? What will happen to our coastal cities and the civilization throughout the country, throughout the world, actually, whether it is Mumbai or Madagascar or New York, anywhere, if the seawater comes in and drops in, like, in Florida, in Myanmar beach, everywhere, people will be have to be relocated. And it has to be, tackled in a very wise manner. So this is something which is a great concern and a matter of topic of research, and all the things. If civilization does not exist, then what is going to happen to all of us? And there are, literary specialists always ask this question that what our grandchildren will ask, that we have spoiled this society. We have not been able to control the global warming. We have not been able to control the greenhouse gases, and there had been certain things like in this Paris Agreement, different countries came to something like nationally determined contributions. That means they have given a kind of, they have come to a conclusion that the carbon dioxide emission, the methane emission, the nitrous oxide emission, all these they will control. But their nationally determined contributions have not been totally fulfilled by the end of 5 years, and it is becoming more and more alarming. Now, this science is so tough. It involves all kinds of subjects like physics, mathematics, then remote sensing, then hydraulics, hydrology, then groundwater settlement, and various things. So even the forecast, how much the sea level will rise, there are difference in opinion from different reports. IPCC report 2007 has depicted that 1 meter will be the rise up to 2100. But Delta Commission of the Dutch government, Netherlands is one of the famous country in relating with sea matters and anything relating to water. So they are very strong in research. Also, Delft Hydraulic Laboratory is one of the best laboratory in the world. So they have come out with the conclusion that the result may be by the end of this century it will be 1.1 meter. Then the Antarctic research is going on because what is happening. All the glaciers are also melting. And because the glaciers are melting, sea level is again going to rise. That has also a contribution. Other than the global warming part itself, the melt glacier is also going to contribute heavily. So they have forecast, the study from Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research have forecast that 1.4 meter will be the rise. The Arctic Monitoring and Assessment Program, they came out with a possibility of 1.6 meter, and US Armed Corps of Engineers, they have very good technical bulletins, they came out with a suggestion of 1.5 meter. So we can see that the opinion varies, and it varies because it is empirical. Now the question is that from this what is called as the can this sorry, I just want to go back to my earlier slide, whether this global sea level rise as predicted from the semi-empirical models, because there are a lot of mathematics involved, there are a lot of uncertainties involved, a lot of stochastic arrangement, probabilistic approach, and the data itself is varying every day. Even today, when EAS is having a havoc fall on the eastern coast of India, on Odisha and part of West Bengal, this also has some effect. Now, what is going to happen after 10 days? What is going to happen after 15 days? What is going to happen within 2 years? And what is the relation between that? Whatever theory we have come out are sometimes going to be proved as wrong. So this is very unfortunate that I mean, what is happening and what is going to happen. So there are a lot of uncertainties. Although there are certain focus from IPCC and globally, the scientists from all over the world are joining hands and telling people about the kind of model study and the weather science itself, the climate science itself. They had the kind of forecast of what is known as the climate simulation model CMIP5, then climate simulation model CMIP6. All these are coming with a lot of revisions and fluctuations. But still, the doubt is arising because a group of scientists are still having a doubt whether the models, whatever we are forecasting, are going to be correct or not. Because these uncertainties cannot be figured out correctly, so there is a doubt about this question I want to raise in this seminar, that whether the global sea level rise being predicted from semi-empirical models can be whether this can be linked and to the observed global warming. The answer is no, practically. There are doubts. That is the thing I want to give a message in this conference. What Paris Agreement suggested? Paris Agreement suggested regarding climate change that a global average temperature could increase by 4.8 degrees centigrade by the end of 2100, the end of the century. But the intended phase is 2 degrees. That means we have to regulate our emission. Now, the picture is such, from this graph we can see that the rise in global temperature will be in the order of 4.1 degree to 4.8 degree if global community does not act at all as per Paris Agreement. If nobody acts and nobody takes it seriously, and the as usual, the business usual scenario goes on, then it will be in the order of 4.1 to 4.8 degrees centigrade. But if the current policies are also, whatever the Paris Agreement has come out with different governments' agreements, the nationally determined contributions, their willingness to control the emissions, etc. Even then, it will not be 2 degree or even not 3 degree. It will be in the order of 3.9 degree to 3.3 degree minimum and 3.9 degree maximum. Based on the Paris Agreement, it can come up to 2.4 to 2.7. But again, the desire, the intention is to bring it below 2 degrees centigrade. This is an essence from the research. But how far it will be feasible, future will say. The Paris Agreement says that limiting global warming to well below 2 degrees and pursuing up to 1.5 degrees centigrade. But however, I have seen the recent UN emissions gap report 2020, which is saying that the data obtained, the data has been what has been transmitted there is actually, unfortunately, doesn't match with the Paris Agreement goals. The world is still moving towards a temperature rise in excess of 3 degrees centigrade this century. Now, 2020 is one of the warmest year, and perhaps in 2021 we will say it will be the worst temperature year and all. With current trends and the combined emissions from shipping and aviation internationally, will consume more between 60 to 20% of allowable carbon dioxide emissions by 2050 under the 1.5 degree scenario. So what we have to do, we have to reduce the number of flights. We have to, for short distance, we don't need to have long flights. We may use railway tracks, or we may use some other methods. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. So you have another 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll quickly pass through my slides. The slides, you can read it, because there is a change in the international concept. After the Trump government, the Biden-Harris climate plan has adopted the net zero target by US, and then the things will reduce. And then I'll come back to the what are the suggestions? What are suggestions of the researchers? That there has to be 5 principles of green recovery. That is the sustainable physical infrastructure. Then invest in education, research, development. Reduce the food consumption of foods and wastage, and all that. And greener things has to take place. Green revolution has to take place. The predictions emissions are still saying about 3.2 degrees centigrade. Now we have to give priorities to zero emission infrastructure, reducing fossil fuel subsidies, barring fossil fuel plants, the fossil fuel ignition should be barred, and promoting nature-based solutions. So these are the certain things we can propose, but this is something which is a matter of concern, because to come back to the desired level of Paris Agreement, we are still behind, and we have to formulate some more concepts, and we have to come to reality in different governments, and the entire civilization should agree to that to save our souls. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Dr. Chakrabarti.
Thank you so much.
So quickly moving on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to welcome Uthman Subi Al-Shamrani from Imam Abdul Rahman bin Faisal University, Saudi Arabia, who will be discussing on the life cycle assessment of hospital buildings using different wall systems in Saudi Arabia. Dr. Uthman, you can unmute yourself now.
Thank you so much, everyone. I would like to share first my slides with you. Can you see my slides now?
Yes, yes, it's visible. You may begin.
Okay. Okay, so I would like to thank all of the organizing committee for this very important conference regarding the climate change. Today I will introduce you with my topic, which is life cycle assessment of hospital buildings using different wall systems in Saudi Arabia. And I am Dr. Uthman Shamrani, Associate Professor at the Department of Building Engineering at College of Architecture and Planning at Imam Abdul Rahman bin Faisal University. And my co-authors is Dr. Isam Abdul Majid and Dr. Hisham Abdul Majid as well. Today we'll go through this agenda for the presentation regarding the life cycle assessment. You know, the issues of climate change and the global warming and all of these issues, it is from the human being practices. You know, a human being, they are destroying their environment according to the let's say the unlawful, or and we called it the use of resources by, you know, using a lot of these resources So that result in the global warming. So always when you talk about environmental impact, we should link the environmental impact to the economical issue. Always there is a correlation between the economical and environmental. Whenever you have any problems in the environmental, it means that you have to mitigate these issues, and this will cost the countries a lot. For that reason, uh, you can say that many people, or lots of people, they lost their jobs according to the economical crisis that strike or struck some of these countries. The economical crisis, in order to mitigate the climate change and these global warming issues, it is vital right now in the agenda of United Nations, and for that reason, they have the climate change programs and agreement of Kyoto Protocol and the others protocols of the environmental, and Saudi Arabia was part of these programs and this agreement. So the last one was in Paris Climate Agreement. Saudi Arabia was part of it, and they also agreed upon reducing of these environmental impact in the whole world. So why Saudi Arabia? Saudi Arabia ranked in the top 10, let's say, countries that has high pollution because of the oil production and energy consumption. So from that point, Saudi Arabia started to, take the responsibilities in order to help and mitigate these climate changes, and try to have some initiatives worldwide, and try to be an effective member in the United Nations in order to overcome these issues, or at least reduce the environmental impacts causing these climate changes and global warming. For that reason, the climate mitigation, these countries that signed these protocols agreed to spend a lot of billions of dollars in order to mitigate the environmental impact in the whole world. So these, Saudi was one of these countries, Saudi Arabia. So they started to do the vision of 2030 and how they're gonna meet the environmental issues in their vision, and they started, to have what we call the circular carbon. In G20, Saudi led the G20, and they, have initiatives, what we called it the circular carbon, which has, they added a new technology that they will implement in the whole world, by how you're gonna not only reduce and but you can reuse the carbon, reuse the carbon by storing or restoring the first by capturing carbon through initiative or innovative technology. It can then be used to create useful products, or be injected back into oil and gas to increase the productivity of oil and gas. So the idea now, it is behind the just the reduction itself or minimizing, but also by how you're gonna capture all of these carbon emitted to the environment, and then you deal with it and reuse it in a very important products like oil. Then, you know, the recycling and the removal from the, by, you know, implanting right now, removing this removal carbon from the atmosphere can be both engineers and air capture, and also by natural through carbon sinks such as mangrove forests. So Saudi Arabia also plans, and they have this initiatives uh, to plant 10 billion trees in the desert. As you know, Saudi Arabia, it's a country that has the most of the country area is covered by deserts. Right now, they would like to, you know, plant even big part of these deserts in order to overcome the climate issues and the environmental impact issues and the carbon emitted issues. Also, in the new city, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman have also announced the starting of the Lion City, which is a sustainable city that you know, um, have a new system to not use the cars and to use the sustainable resources, and to also has you know, a place underground to restore and reuse of these carbon, and then also to have a series that is environmental friendly and has a lot of plants in it. So this is an up north of Saudi Arabia. Then why we are concerned about buildings? So we are talking here about the vision of the country, but we as engineers or building engineers, we should take care of these issues. How we gonna, why we are, you know, uh, responsible in these issues? We are responsible here because of the buildings in Saudi Arabia consume 80% of energy. 80% of energy consumed by buildings. Where in buildings? Most of them in residential buildings, 50%, and the other buildings share the other 50%. And most of these energy go for space cooling. As you know, Saudi Arabia has a hot and dry climate because of the desert. So because of that, the spaces inside the buildings needs a lot of air conditioning, you know, energy. So for that reason, the energy consumption, most of the electricity consumption go, as I mentioned, to these buildings in order to, you know, cool up these buildings during the extreme hot weather. Yesterday, we are in May, our weather, we reached to 48 centigrade yesterday. So you can imagine we didn't start June and July yet. So it is extremely hot weather during these days. So the cooling, you know, issues demand a lot of electricity. For that reason, you know, we did our case study to investigate, you know, hospital buildings with 2 floors, with 25,000 square meter, and the period of study was 50 years. We did the life cycle assessment to see how we're gonna help, and as engineers, to reduce the energy consumption and the associated environmental impact. Here is the weather. As you can see, of Saudi Arabia, it reached to the maximum around the 50s during the summer. This is, they took it in the shade even. If you
Excuse me, Dr. Othman, sorry to interrupt. You have another 2 minutes left.
Sure. So for that reason, we investigated different type of wall systems by using the life cycle assessment software. We tried to, investigate how these, can reduce the energy consumption. And, the life cycle assessment starting from the material extraction, then transportation, then construction, all the way to the using of the building, then the demolition, and beyond the demolition. We found, these buildings still conventional, and the environmental impacts is quite high. And some of these result of life cycle assessment measures that include global warming. And we could, when we used a precast wall compared to the clay and Ciberex walls and aluminum, we could reduce up to 3%. And this is just by using different materials or wall system, we were able to reduce at least 3% for in the also acidification, and also the eutrophication potential, and ozone depletion as well, and photochemical ozone. يعني the precast concrete shows a good result in the hospital buildings. And also here is the use of primary energy raw materials. Here we converted these emissions to the social cost. We give the price of the ton of CO2 about $50 right now in the market, and then we said, this building will cost you 50 million Saudi riyal if you didn't change the wall system. If you change the wall system, you will save up to 1 million Saudi riyal, for the economical issues. So we here try to link the economical to the environmental impact. As I mentioned, we found that we can reduce this amount by 1 million for this building only. You can imagine that for how many buildings you will apply different system. Future work should cover different type of wall systems with insulations and roof systems and other aspects of adding photovoltaic system in the buildings, and in order to reduce the environmental impacts. Thank you for your patience, and I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the organizing of this viral conference.
Thank you so much, Dr. Othman, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yes. Moving on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to invite Jinu Joseph from Marthoma College from India, who will be discussing on climate change and vulnerability of tribal women, which is an Indian perspective. You can unmute yourself now.
Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, you can put on slide mode and begin.
I am Jinu Joseph. My topic is climate change and vulnerability of tribal women and Indian perspective. My co-author is Dr. Shaini T. Alexander, my guide. Next, the introduction of my topic. Many tribes are vulnerable to the impact of climate change because of their close contact with the natural environment for their culture, health, and livelihood. No tribal can survive without their engagement in forests, rivers, mountains, animals, and overall ecosystems. Tribals feel more comfortable when they live with their ecosystem. Next, tribal people in India in nutshell. The indigenous people in Indian subcontinents are known as Adivasis. That implies the original inhabitants of the land. India has the second largest concentration of tribal population after that of the African continent. In India, there are about 705 tribal communities are identified. As per 2011 census, the tribal population constitute 8.6% of the total population in India. Over 104 million tribal population in India, 52.4 million are male tribal population and 51.9 million people are females respectively. About 89.97% of the tribal population live in rural areas. Most of them are engaged in agriculture and allied activities. Next, climate change and indigenous people. Indigenous people are among the first to experience the direct impact of the climate change, even though they contribute little to greenhouse gas emissions. It is important to highlight that the risk that climate change poses for indigenous people differ from the risk that it poses for other groups in society. This is because the indigenous people share 6 characteristics that in combination are not present in any other group. The first one is the indigenous peoples are among the poorest of the poor, the stratum most vulnerable to climate change. The second, for their social, economic, and cultural activities, they depend on renewable natural resources. They are most at risk to climate vulnerability and extremes. Third characteristics, they live in geographical regions and ecosystems that are most exposed to the impacts of climate change. Fourth one, high levels of exposure and vulnerability to climate change force the indigenous people to migrate, which is in most cases is not a solution and can instead exacerbate social and economic vulnerabilities. Fifth, gender inequality. A key factor in the deprivation suffered by indigenous women is marginalized by climate change. Sixth and lastly, many indigenous communities continue to face exclusion from decision-making process, often lacking recognition and institutional support. The next, climate change and tribal health risk. Climate change threatens the human health, including the mental health, access to clean air, safe drinking water, nutritious food, shelter, etc. Everyone is affected by climate change at some point of their lives. Some people are more affected by climate change than others because of the factors like where
Ms. Gino Joseph, your audio is not audible to us. Kindly unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yes, yes. Now we can hear you.
Hello.
Yes, you may continue.
Ma'am, is it clear? Is it
Yes,
visible?
yes. It's visible and clear.
The next one is having high rate of uninsured individuals who have difficulty accessing quality health care. Next, living in isolated or low-income communities with limited access to healthcare services. Next, climate change and tribal health. Climate change and tribal culture. For indigenous communities, climate change can result in the loss of cultural identity through the loss of place of and ways of life. For many indigenous communities, culture and cultural identity are emergent from landscape and based on the relationship of reciprocity with animals, plants, fungi, and ecosystems. As plants and animals used in traditional practices or sacred ceremonies become less available, tribal culture and ways of life can greatly affected. Medicinal plants are also at risk, which may change the way of traditional healing is practiced. The loss of place results in the loss of both ways of life and right to collective self-determination. Loss of ways of life occur when environmental changes challenge the viability of cultural practices and thus cultural identity. The next gender dimension of climate change. This table shows the impact of climate change and the impacts on gender. The first one is impact on climate change on forests, the degradation of the forest that affect the gender are first more deadly for women for fuel and water. Next, less time for income generating activities. Next, less time for children education. Next, reduction of income due to the loss of non-timber forest products. Loss of ecotourism opportunities. The next impact of climate change on food and agriculture, less yield from crops, increased food prices, change in food patterns, depleting livestock, etc. The impact of on the gender are the reduced calorie intake for women and girl children, higher food insecurity for women, less milk and nutrition for children. Then next impact on water, the reduction in water availability and more dependence on unsafe water. The impact on the gender are the longer distance for fetching water, impacts on mother and child nutrition. Next impact on the biodiversity, the loss of species, loss of medicinal plants, loss of mangroves and coats, loss of gene pools. The impact on gender, the loss of indigenous practices, loss of livelihood, reduced income and increased vulnerability. Next, impact on the health, waterborne diseases, increase the diseases like dengue, malaria, then respiratory diseases. Next, impact on the gender, the women and children are more vulnerable, infant mortality and disease sensitivity. Then next, the vulnerability of the tribal women. Traditionally, Adivasi women have played an important role in preserving their cultural heritage, including managing local resources. They have the producers and providers of food for their communities. Tribal women are frequently absent from decision-making process. They are subjected to displacement in the name of development projects from which they derive little or non-benefit. They lost the identity as a result of climate-induced migration. The next problem they faced is poverty. Poverty among the indigenous women is very high. According to among Adivasi women, for example, access to land, credit, and resources can be further restricted than the already limited access to indigenous women on the world. Furthermore, many indigenous women bear the burden of income generation, traditional activities, and household-related work simultaneously. While they make tremendous contribution to the social, economic, and cultural life of the communities and society at large, the indigenous women often face discrimination from both within and outside their communities. As a result, they are vulnerable to social and economic exclusion, exploitation, marginalization, and gender-biased violence. While a greater number of indigenous women tend to the victims of the disaster and emergency situations. For example, water scarcity has the implications for the indigenous women as they bear the primary responsibility for household-related activities. In their search for water, many are forced to walk a long distance, which not only considerably increase their daily workload, but also leave them vulnerable to sexual violence in areas distant from their villages. Next, climate change and adaptation. Indigenous communities are not just the passive observers, but they actively adapt to the new conditions resulting from changing climatic conditions. Indigenous people are coping with the loss of biodiversity, adoption of climate change through numerous strategies such as migration, irrigation, water conservation techniques, land reclamation, changing when, where, and what elevation plants are cultivated, and livelihood adaptation, to name a few. Another example is how communities equipped with the traditional ecological knowledge have developed numerous ways to deal with unseasonal flood, which are one of the many effects of climate change, often caused by erratic and unpredictable rainfall. Adaptive and preventive measures arising from the years of tried and tested techniques include river bank, retaining walls, terracing, biostabilization of slopes using and other techniques to counter the effects of floods. These measures are also used to reduce the damage from landslides, rockfall, and mud flows. In this manner, the indigenous people can develop several techniques using traditional ecological knowledge and their customs to evolve fine-tuned social systems to cope with the ills of natural hazards.
Excuse me, Gino
Then
Joseph.
the conclusion.
Yes, you may conclude.
Gender inclusion and change mitigation can need to support the policy for climate change mitigation and adaptation. At the community level, we need to focus on gender-related activities such as increasing access to sustainable source of energy and water in rural areas, and developing the capacities of communities to make their livelihood more resilient in the face of climate change. Women should participate in all dialogue on the generation of solutions for disaster risk management and conflict prevention. National capacities need to be strengthened for crisis-related gender analysis, including the incorporation of gender statistics into assessments of disaster risk, impacts, and needs. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Gino Joseph. Okay. So moving on to our next presenter, that is Mr. Dinoop K from Mahatma Gandhi University from Kerala, India, who will be discussing on the climate-induced migration and climate refugees in India. Yes, Mr. Dinoop, you can unmute now. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, you may begin.
Can you see the slide?
Yes, yes.
So, climate-induced migration and climate refugees in India. This paper is written by Simi Joseph, my co-author, and myself. So, we all know that environmental changes and natural disasters are rapidly playing a significant role in migration.
You can put it on slide mode and begin.
Okay, okay. Can you see me? Can you see this slide?
Yes, yes.
Okay. The topic is climate-induced migration and climate refugees in India. Environmental changes and natural disasters are rapidly playing a significant significant role in migration and population displacement. Environmental refugees are now often cited as the victims of climate change and natural disasters. Environmental refugees are termed as people who can no longer make a safe living in their home countries due to significant environmental disruptions or catastrophe. The term climate refugees was coined in the 1970s by Lester Brown of the World Watch Institute. Brown described the environmental refugees are the people who were forced to flee their homes due to environmental degradation and natural disasters. So some of the pictures of environmental refugees. So extreme weather events such as drought, cyclones, heat waves, tropical cyclones, desertification, and land degradation, deforestation, soil erosion, and sea level rises. There are all instances of climate change which will impact that trigger displacement. Geohazards such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, landslides, and tsunamis are already responsible for massive displacement. Land shelter, educational facilities, jobs, food insecurity, increased morbidity and mortality, and adverse psychological effects result from these events. And more than 200 million people will be forced to leave their homes by 2050, according to the various studies by the environmental organizations. So UN's climate change refugee map shows that the blue figure is shown that great deltas, and the yellow is area exposed at the desertation and drought. India is come under the areas that exposed under desertification and drought area. That is figure put forward by the UN's climate change and refugee map. And the 10 largest displacement events of 2060 were climate-related put forward by UNDP. According to UNDP, the most displacement happened in the country of Philippines. 25,92,251 people were displaced due to Typhoon Nak, and followed by China. 19 lakh people were displaced in China due to Yangtze River flood, and followed by in India in Bihar floods in 2060. Around 70 lakh people were displaced from their position. So the climate change and its impact in India. But the INCC report has found that temperature rises in 2 degrees Celsius predicted in India, and increased annual precipitation, lower frequency of rainy days, but the increased intensity of rain has shown in that report also. So and also the cyclonic disturbances, lower frequency, increased of mentioned that report. And the report also mentioned that the sea level rise by 1.3 millimeter on an year average, and the freshwater high variability predation yields from 50% also, and the 10 to 30% of increased risk of floods and increased risk of drought also that report. So in Indian scenario, nearly 1.5 million people are classified as displaced in India every year due to climate change. In India, the laws are silent on climate refugees and their proper recognition and rehabilitation. The Article 51 and Article 48 Constitution of India, these two provisions are inserted after the Stockholm Conference of 72, which India signatory, due to given importance to protecting and improving by natural environment. But these laws are not mentioned to supposed to anything regarding climate refugees. In the last 2-3 years, India has been hit by at least one extreme weather event every month. So according to the National Disaster Management Authority, out of 36 states and union territories in the country, 27 of them are disaster prone. If places like Sundarbans in the east of India faces the threat of sea level rise, the mountains of North India are susceptible to floods, cloudbursts, and landslides. The Alias cyclone of 2009 in Bay of Bengal or the Kedarnath floods of 2030 in Uttarakhand, or recent Kerala floods are testaments to these facts. According to the cost of climate inaction, displacement and distress migration report in 2020 observed that 4.5 crore people in India will get forced to migrate by 2050 due to climate disasters. The slowly moving disasters figure is put forward by them, and it shows that the by 2050 inland areas more likely to become hotspot than their coastal or hilly regions. The carbon intensive scenario also mentioned in that figure, and how the vulnerability affect the rural district of India. About 60% of rural districts affected by the climate changes. In Indian context, climate-induced migration can be broadly divided into two categories. First one is the migrants who are forced to move from rural to urban area as a result or as a consequence of an environmental disaster. And second one is the climate-induced migrants to India who move from the neighboring countries like Bangladesh in search of a better life in India. So I am concluding my presentation. Our presentation. India needs to desperately worry about climate-induced migration, as agriculture-dependent livelihoods come under increasing climatic stress, contributing to rural-urban migration with crippling socio-economic and cultural reverberations. Thus, India must address climate-induced migration in the context of sustainable development, disaster management, and urbanization to cope up with the emerging climate-induced migration dilemma. Moreover, sufficient constitutional amendments are needed. The need of the hour to address the climate refugee problem also. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Dinoop, for your presentation. Next, I would like to welcome our next presenter, that is Shubhangi Shreya from India, who will be discussing about the new Yes, Ms. Shubhangi, you can unmute yourself now. Can you hear me? Can you try again?
Hi, am I audible?
You can unmute it. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Shubhangi Shreya. I'll be presenting my paper, New World Economic Order. I've also published this in my journal, Quest Journals in May issue. I've also published it as a new fulcrum of economic system on YouTube. So please do check that and give me your reviews. Let's start. Share screen. Can you guys see this?
Yes, we can see.
Should I put it on slideshow mode, ma'am?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
So climate change tells us that the fulcrum of our economic system is wrong. To say that the way we are using our resources is somewhat controversial. The major reason of climate changes, according to my personal research of 7 years, is that we have all become materialistic and not spiritual. The very basic reason that all the tribal communities and all the ancient people were spiritual, because it did save from materialism, it did save from economic surplus. And since we are running after materialism, we have all created economic surplus, and that is the basic cause of all the disorder that we have been witnessing in our economy, in society, climate change. Everything is just because of the economic surplus. We don't need these many resources around us, and this is also causing a lot of trouble. In fact, I also think that coronavirus is one of the major reasons why this has erupted because of economic surplus. And the very reason is that we are doing humongous trades, like the free trade agreement, as according to America, that we all will become rich and be successful and be leading good lives. I don't think that's very necessary. That is the root cause of all the problems. So since we are all doing very humongous trades, which this is the major cause of all the human sufferings. Also, climate change is one of the cause and effects of this economic surplus. Also, the worst thing is that climate change is not geographically biased. People in Japan will suffer, people in America will suffer, Germany, Greece, whatever country, call it India or Indonesia, everybody will suffer because of climate change. It is not geographically biased. And somehow, no matter, even if we deny that climate change will not affect us, or maybe in 2100 something good will happen, that's not going to happen. We have less than 30 years in our hands to change the way we do business. The way we are reading and doing business and economics, that needs to change. No matter how many discussions or presentations we do, unless and until we do act accordingly, nothing's going to change. It's only in paper, not in real life. So I guess that we need to think on this. And this one line of economic problem that after Adam Smith, be it Karl Marx, be it Keynes, and whatever economists, and many big businessmen also, that tech businessmen also, that they have done their marketing, that they must be followed. That is the way that you should do business to get rich. That is not right. My personal research of 7 years tells that in one line of economic problem, that is surplus travels in opposite direction. Only one problem, that is economic surplus, and only one solution to all the world problems, and that is economic distancing. Now, due to economic surplus, every system has failed and is also one of the major causes of climate change. Due to scientific and technological progress, we have created surplus in the economy. We all are made to think since we take Adam Smith as the father of economics, we all are made to think that if we all become materialistic, if we all have more than required goods, then we all can lead good lives. This very point, this very fulcrum is wrong, and that needs to be corrected. The way we think, the way we act, that needs to be corrected. All the discussions just on paper, not in reality. And due to scientific and technological progress, which actually came into being after we all started to follow Adam Smith, that his book, Wealth of Nations, came around 1776. And if you closely look at the timeline of colonialism, the first ships arrived around 1498, 1500 sort of. And then the Dutch and French ships arrived around 1500s and 1600s. And then Adam Smith's book came out in 1776. This clearly shows that Western economic system is based on colonialism. Enter somebody's area, join hands with other people, and then produce goods. This is the basic cause of all the problems. None of the religions, none of the ancient cultures do tell us to do that. And we are doing that and expecting something miracle to happen. The new sort of miracle that is happening is climate change. And now everybody is affected by this. And now we need to think on this. And due to scientific and technological progress, which actually came into being after we started to follow Adam Smith, we have created surplus in the economy. Though we have become scientifically and technologically advanced, but we have failed economics, and therefore everything will be ruined in no time. Destruction takes no time. Construction takes time, but destruction takes zero time. Something positive can fail, but negative never fails. This is the worst truth I found out. And I've also published it in my Quest Journals paper, so please do check that and give me your reviews. My economic theory is that to include spirituality in economic system, since it saves from surplus. From the very dawn of humanity, the one devil that we have is not one another. That one devil is economic surplus. That economic surplus destroys everything, irrespective of the fact that we do everything in our control to take control of the things that are around us. But unfortunately, nature has given some bad things to human beings as well, so that we also stay in our limits. We do not cross the limits and join hands with other people. None of the religions or ancient cultures say us to do so. And my theory is to include spirituality in economic system is because it saves from surplus, produce only what you need, resources only to survive and not to disturb other children of Mother Nature. We are just one species. America to Japan, human beings, one species, that is Homo sapiens. Earth has 8.8 million other children as well, and she has to take care of all of us. So along with the animal counterparts. So a few things that these things we say as right and wrong, good or bad, but then these things are all natural. So we should not disturb in lieu of economic development other children of Mother Earth, because then it will punish us as well too. We cannot escape punishment, by the way. So the solution of this issue would be that for every human being, we have to do this, no matter in which country you reside, what is your skin color, which language you speak, but everybody has to take part in this. So become local for every human on earth. Whatever resources are available in your vicinity, you have to consume only that. Don't cross borders. And that is the one good solution, the one and only solution of all the world problems, be it economic problem, be it social problem, war, poverty, whatever problem, mental, physical, emotional illness, each and everything, only one solution, that the cause is the same, that is economic surplus. So now as human beings, we all love to poke nature in other people's matters. My neighbor auntie knows more than my mom about me. So only two sectors of the economy be open for global citizens. That would be entertainment and tourism. We all love to know about one another, though nobody helps when you need them. So only two sectors to be opened, that is entertainment and tourism. And the weirdest thing I found in my personal research is that international trade is being done on US dollars, and US dollars after 1971 is based on crude oil. And ever since 1971, almost 60% or 55% of the species have been wiped out. So somewhere these two things are correlated. The way we are doing international business versus environmental degradation. Even if you want to deny it, you can deny it, but facts will not change. Ever since 1971, this data has been gathered or collected by scientists, and ever since 1971, the international trade became dependent on US dollar, and US dollar changed from gold to petroleum. So this also needs to be thought on. So international trade, so how will we do entertainment and tourism? So it must be done on gold standard, as it was before 1944.
Excuse me, Ms. Shubhangi, you have another 2 minutes to conclude.
Sure. So after this gold standard, since our planet is burning, so all of us needs to think on this issue. Also, international business is destroying the culture of a place. That means culture, as according to my head, what I thought is to use the resources around us, resources in the vicinity, only that much. So trade beyond language also causes a lot of trouble. Also, it causes a theft of taxes and puts internal economy into danger and things like that. So there has been a lot of problems since we have been studying the wrong things. We need to change our study pattern as well. So to conclude this, I'll be saying just a very small thing, just very small conclusion actually, that we have to become spiritual and not materialistic, just like our ancestors used to be. And we have to focus on people so that we target each other's needs. Don't focus on money, because that will make us to target wants. And if we target wants, we will destroy things that our ancestors actually made. So in case if you are very much interested in knowing about this theory, that is surplus travels in opposite direction, please do check out my YouTube video, Fulcrum of Economic System. I've also published this as an article in Quest Journals, May issue, so please check that. With this, I'll conclude my speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Shubhangi, Shreya. It was really amazing to hear from you. And as you said, yes, we all will look into your YouTube videos and give our reviews about it. Thank you so much for being part of this conference.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
So as we are ahead our agenda, we will be quickly moving on to track 9 before we move on to the lunch. So the next track is on natural hazard. And our next presenter is Wilma C. De Los Santos from Mindoro State College of Agriculture and Technology from Philippines. She'll be discussing about the hazard and climate risk management of farming and fishing communities in Gartrona. Wilma, you can unmute now. Yes, can you try now? Yes.
Okay, okay na. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me just share my document. Wait. Sorry, I can't find my document. Wait.
Are you ready?
No, I'm sorry, I cannot find. Wait a minute. I'm looking for my document. I cannot find my document. Wait. I'm sorry. Sorry. Wait a minute. Where can I find my document?
Okay, no problem. Would you mind if we move on to the next participant? Maybe you can find out and get back to us in the next.
Yes, please.
Okay, so we will move on to the next presenter. So next I invite D. Jess Cynthia Kanti from Voorhees College from Vellore, affiliated to Tiruvallur University from India, who will be discussing on the climate change, the cry of nature in Barbara Kingslover's homeland. Ms. Jessie, you can unmute now.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yes.
I'll be sharing my document.
Yes, please.
Just a second.
Sure.
Just a second, please.
Yes, can you please share your presentation?
Yes. Is it visible now?
Your screen is visible, but your presentation, not yet.
Yes.
Yes, it's visible now. You can put on slide mode and begin, please.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so my topic is climate change, the cry of nature, in Barbara Kingslauber's novel Homeland. This is Jessie Cynthia Kante. I'm a research scholar from Rose College Vellore, Tiruvallur University. And I am a literature person and not a technical one to study the module and use a stat. Rather, I've used Barbara Kingslauber's climate fiction novel as a case study and analyze the conversation of the characters where they can find climate change. And what is climate change? Climate change can be categorized into four points, where increased change in measure of climate over the period of time, and increase in precipitation, that is rainfall, and the third one is rise in global temperature and change in wind patterns. These are the categories that contribute to climate change, where we can analyze or study where the climate change. And there are natural climate change where it is a long-term process, where it is caused by the eruption of volcanoes, change in Earth's orbit, the energy of the sun. So this considered to be the natural climate change. But due to human anthropogenic climate change results, the human activity like destruction of the ecosystem on the whole, destroying a particular plant variety or the particular animal from the ecosystem, disrupt the whole ecosystem in common, and burning of fossil fuel for electricity and vehicles, clearing forest for farmlands and cities, cultivating livestock, which emits greenhouse gases and enhance greenhouse effect, results in global warming. And here is a picture that explains the effects of climate change, where there's change in rain and snow pattern, and strong storm, damaged corals, raising sea levels, warmer oceans, changes in plants, plant life and cycles, and snow, thawing of the snow region, more drought and fire, forest fires, and heat waves and high temperature. And in Barbara Kingslauber's novel, I'm going to talk about the author now. She was born on the year 8 April 1955. She is a climate fiction novelist. She is an American novelist, and she is an eco-feminist and a climate fiction writer too. And she wrote about 16 climate fiction novels. And this is the novel that I'm going to talk about, Homeland and Other Stories. And these are the climate fiction themes that you can see in the novel: deforestation, shifting of seasons, and hypoxia, which means the oxygen level depletion in the oceans and riverbeds and rivers, that's called as hypoxia, and change in rainfall, floods, and extinction of animals. And deforestation, that is clearing of forest land. Excuse me one second. Clearing of forest land for farming in cities. Due to deforestation, the carbon dioxide level increases, and it cannot be absorbed by the existing forest, and it results in climate change. The effects of climate change due to deforestation are droughts, tropical storms, heat waves, and fire weather are increasing in severity because of climate change. And the aspects that the theme that is concentrated on deforestation in Homeland are the great grandmother of the protagonist belonged to the Cherokee tribe, who had their origin in the forest. And this particular region is, she's Barbara Kinslow is an American novelist. She concentrates upon Appalachian Mountains, Zebulon County, and she talks about the 7 Cherokee tribe, and the great grandmother of the protagonist lives in the belong to the bird clan, and they were evacuated from the forest land due to the suspicion of gold in the forest. And after the evacuation, the whole forest has been deforested, and the trees were and the clearance of the forest has been done for the extraction of gold. And her death wish was to visit the forest that she lived in, and to her shock, she finds that the forest has been cleared, and everything that is turned into towns in farming land, agricultural land. And the second theme that I'm going to concentrate on, the change in season. Okay, season, what shifted defines as shifting seasons are directly linked to warmer global temperature. A slight change in temperature can thaw, melt slow, and the first frost until later in the fall. These environmental changes cause many trees and springs wildlife to bloom earlier than typical. And as a result, winters are shorter, spring is earlier, summers are longer, and fall arrives late. Okay, the theme that I see in Homeland, the characters, Miriam in Quality Time, it's a short story from the same novel, talks about the change in seasons, where she refers to a daughter, Rennie, and due to the climate change, shifting season, she says the winters are warmer now, and she says someday Rennie will read about those things in books, those things referring to the shifting season, the seasons that we experience regularly, typical, and she will only read, the next generation will only read it in books because they are exotic. And later, another protagonist, Lydia, from the same book, same novel, she talks about weather becoming warmer rather than winter and snowfall. And Roberta was confused by the weather because the winter is warmer and the plants are getting burnt due to frost, and this is what she says in the novel. And hypoxia, the next theme, talks about the definition of it. And over the past centuries, rising population, urbanization, and fertilizers use have led to increased nutrients input productivity in decaying organic matter, resulting in decrease in dissolved oxygen concentration. The resulting increase in extent of hypoxia continues to threaten economic and ecosystem service provided by the natural resources. And potentially exacerbating hypoxia and the decline in water quality are the anticipated effects of climate change, such as the increased temperature, global temperature, change in precipitation patterns, rising sea levels. And coming to the novel, where hypoxia referred to by Roberta, she mentions that she has heard people speak of the whole river becoming dead, of something destroying all the oxygen. And coming to speak about the pesticides and fertilizers and the insecticide that we add to the plants is washed out, and the residue comes to and settles in the mixes with the river and the water resources that we drink. So it destroys the oxygen level in the water. So the next theme that I'm going to talk about, change in rainfall. patterns and floods. Heavy precipitation also increase the risk of landslide when above normal precipitation raises the yes, ma'am. Raises the water table and saturates the ground, and slopes can lose their stability. This resulting in flash floods and floods. Frequent landslides as a result of climate change included increase in heavy downflow. The theme that is seen in Homeland refers to this is the quote, and so many bridges are washed out, the buses cannot run. One of the bridges washed away in flood. So the next thing that theme that I'm talking about is extinction of animals. Wild plants and animals were cut down and poached respectively. They're on the verge of extinction, and some were raised from the earth's surface too. And many slaughter animals. They hunt, kill animals for commercial value, such as food, jewelry, decor, and traditional medicine. And in Homeland, we can talk about pandas being hunted or killed for their skin, and they were hung in the wooden frames. And poaching animals result in imbalance of animal kingdom and transformation of food space of the animals to cultivable land, construction land for the human demolishes the ecosystem. And overfishing has already done considerable damage to the ecosystem and has resulted in trophic cascade. Okay, so to conclude, the solution is to retrace your steps for greener tomorrow, for greener earth. That is, point one is reforestation or forestation. Avoid dumping of food, chemicals, biocides, waste in water resources. Conserve earth, conserve energy, and minimize the use of plastics. Grow home garden, minimize the consumption of meat, go vegan, and avoid use of pesticides and insecticides, and use organic farming, and avoid growing genetically modified organisms and crops. And this is my presentation, and this is my solution, and this is the work cited that I have taken from Raids Chris. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jessie, for your presentation. Looking forward to greener. And thank you so much. Ms. Wilma, are you ready to present now? You can unmute yourself now.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, you may begin, please.
Okay, good. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So I am Wilma de los Santos from Mindoro State University, Philippines. So I am going to present to you my research titled Hazard and Climate Risk Management of Farming and Fishing Communities in Garchitorena. So Garchitorena is a remote coastal town of Region 5, Camarines Sur, Philippines, which is the major source of food and income is fishing and farming. But the problem is, it is being frequently hit by natural hazards and climate variability of hydrometeorological origin, which is exacerbated by climate change hazards and climate-related events, which put fragile agricultural and fishery ecosystems at risk and lead to financial distress and poverty of the municipality. Excuse me. So the general objective of this study is to evaluate hazards and climate risk of farming and fishing communities and assess the LGU's initiatives to help farmers and fisher folks lessen the adverse. Specific objectives are describe physical and demographical characteristics, identify hydrometeorological and climatological hazards, determine climate risk and vulnerabilities of fishing and farming communities, determine strategies of farming and fishing communities to cope with hazards and climate risks, identify municipalities' initiatives to strengthen the community's ability to cope with the hazards and climate risks, and recommend plans, programs, and policies to lessen the negative impact of the hazards and climate risk on fishing and farming communities. So for the methodology, this study used descriptive, evaluative, and developmental research design. So I collected both primary and secondary data and then used livelihoods, seasonal calendar, historical timeline, and livelihood group profiling as assessment tools. Then I used standard analytical process, descriptive statistical analysis, including prioritization and ranking of the findings. So here is the physical demographic characteristics of the municipality. So the municipality is a fourth-class municipality, which is located at 13.88 latitude and 123.697 longitude. It has total land area of 273.90 square kilometer, which major part of the land is agriculture. It has 4,348 households and 32,061 population. It has 23 barangays, which 20 are coastal barangays and 3 are mountainous. So 79% of the total population of the municipality are living below poverty full threshold value, and 66% of the total population are living below full threshold value. So as you can see, so here we can see the top 6 natural hazards of the municipality, which is categorized as hydrometeorological and climatological hazards. So top 1 hazard is tropical cyclone that results to secondary hazards such as flooding, storm surge, etc. And top 2 hazards is seasonal rainfall and climate extreme that may result to flooding, landslide, and soil erosion. And top 3 hazard is strong and destructive seasonal winds such as northeast and southwest monsoons, which results to heavy rainfall, storm surge, and etc. So here are the changes in climate which the communities experience for the last 30 years and the corresponding risks. So we have sea level rise, increasing ocean temperature, more frequent and intense rainfall, and longer dry spell. So you can see the risk in every experience changes in climate, as you can see. So in this figure, it shows the vulnerability of farmers and fisher folks. So the major vulnerability of the farmer is when a typhoon hit the municipality, which can bring severe damage to their agriculture, and the major vulnerability of fisher folks is illegal fishing. Since until now, such activity is hard to control and fishery is suffering from the impact of dynamite fishing and other illegal fishing activities which affect their fishing livelihood. Here are the strategies of the communities to cope with the natural hazards and climate risks. So coping and adaptation strategies include watering manually, mulching, delaying of planting, transferring of farm, shifting to other livelihood, construction of temporary drainage canal, fishing in the open sea when fish is no longer found within the municipal water. So you can see in this slide, the community's climate change perception and the community's experience impact on livelihood systems, and then their coping and adaptation strategies. So for the findings and recommendation, so research shows that there is limited initiatives for DRR and CCA in farming and fishing. So the physical and socioeconomic condition of the municipality contribute to its vulnerability to hydrometeorological hazard and climatological hazard. So, and another thing is that the LGU is very dependent to the programs of national agencies, and DRR and CCA in agriculture and fishery sector is not in the priority agenda of the present administration. So there is limited to no intervention for DRR for farming and fishing. There is poor capacity of LGU staff in DRR and CCA, no rehabilitation program, less importance given to DRR and CCA technical issues, no early warning system and weather forecasting, no hazard mapping, poor or no loan facilities, no disaster preparedness plan when it comes to agriculture and fishery. Poor knowledge dissemination for DRR and CCA issues. There is also negligible alternative livelihood resource and poor coordination. There is poor knowledge dissemination for DRR and CCA issues, and there is lacking of climate and disaster risk assessment and hazard risk vulnerability and capacity assessment. So the local climate change adaptation plan of the municipality and the contingency plan are not updated since 2010. So from the conclusion and findings, so I have this recommendations based from the findings. So the LGU must include DRR and CCA in the priority agenda of the local chief executive or the mayor. So they have to mainstream, institutionalize, and integrate DRR and CCA system in the comprehensive development plan consisting of legislative and executive agenda or the CDP, ELA, and the comprehensive land use plan. So they have to update their CLUP mainstreaming DRR and CCA. And then they must incorporate and mainstream the plan of action formulated in this study in the local development plan and the comprehensive development plan of the LGU. And then another recommendation is that they have to follow the recommendation per priority area, which I made from this study. So I formulated recommendation per priority area in DRR and CCA in agriculture and fishery based from the result of this study. So they also must conduct SIDRA and its RBCA. And then after that, they have to formulate LCCAP based from SIDRA and formulate contingency plan based from its RBCA. And then the most important, since CLUP is the backbone, is the mother of all plan, and CLUP and mainstream LCCAP and the RRM in agriculture and fishery. So that's all my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wilma, for your amazing presentation.
Yes.
So as we come to the end of track 9, I request all the participants to disperse for the lunch break and come back by Indian time 2:10, and we'll move on further with track 9. So see you all after the lunch break. Thank you.
See you all. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the second international conference on climate change. I hope everyone is back after the lunch break. So moving on to track 10, that is renewable energy impact on climate change. And our presenter is Shivadatta Tod from Raisoni Institute of Technology from India, who will be discussing on the renewable energy impact on environment. Mr. Shivadatta, you can unmute now.
Hello.
Yes.
Wait a second. I will share the screen. My screen is visible?
Yes, your screen is visible. You can put on slide mode and start.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Shivadatta Saraswati. I am a graduate in electrical engineering. My topic is renewable energy impact on environment. There is an entire content we will see during presentation. Introduction. As we know, electricity is one of the major desires of human life, which is used in every second of man. Electricity plays major role in human life. So, how to generate electricity? There are two types of to generate electricity. One is renewable energy sources, and second one is the non-renewable energy sources. In case of renewable energy sources, generating electricity which make the pollution and also as well as harmful to our natural properties. Our generation is more than 50% depend on non-renewable energy sources in the world. It damages our natural property, which is limited in nature sources, as well as non-renewable generation damage our natural environment also, which make unbalanced environment. It produces harmful gases, pollution in air, wastage of water, water pollution, and other pollution which spread in our environment. So we need to utilize maximum energy generation from renewable energy sources, which are clean generation and will not harmful to our natural property, as well as generation is pollution free. There is a problem. Non-renewable energy generation produce harmful gases, pollution in air, wastage of water, water pollution, and other pollution which spread in our environment. It produces carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxide, airborne particles, hydrocarbon, mercury, arsenic, cadmium, and other heavy toxic metals. It produces some amount of radioactive elements like thorium and uranium. These gases and other components harmful to our health can imbalance our environmental conditions. There are methods. So how can we reduce this pollution and will make healthy environment? So this method we can apply technique. Firstly, search generation sources which from which electricity generating. Then identify the generation sources which increase pollution. Then identify the types of generation which maximum spread pollution. Then sorting the healthy and pollution-free generation plant with unhealthy plant. Then factorial analysis. So there are the generation types: renewable energy sources and non-renewable energy sources. In renewable energy consists of the solar energy, wind energy, hydro energy, tidal energy, geothermal energy, and biomass energy. And same like in non-renewable energy sources, coal, natural gas, oil, nuclear, and others. As we know that maximum demand is fulfilled by non-renewable sources. In non-renewable sources, the generation from coal plays major role in that. Maximum amount of pollution is spread by coal power plant. There is a research survey about coal power plant. According to Union Constant Scientists, in average year, typical coal 500 megawatts coal power plant, 3.7 million tons of carbon dioxide, an amount of equivalent to chopping down 161 million trees. Pollution is principal human case of global warming and climate change. 10,000 tons of sulfur dioxide, which causes acid rains and forms of small airborne particles that cause lung damage, heart disease, and other illnesses. 10,200 tons nitrogen oxide leads to formation of smoke. 500 tons of small airborne particles, which cause bronchitis, reduction in lung function, increase hospital and emergency room admission, and premature death. 220 tons of hydrocarbons, which contribute to smoke formation. 720 tons of carbon monoxide, which causes headache, and place additional stress on people with heart diseases. Before 5 years ago, we didn't see the headaches and stressful people. Now we can see the lots of people under the stressful living. 170 pounds of mercury is deposited in 25 acres lake, can make the fish unsafe to eat. Mercury also causes learning disabilities, brain damage, and neurological disorders. 114 pounds of lead, 4 pounds cadmium, and other heavy toxic metals. These toxic metals can accumulate in human and animal tissue and causes serious health problems, including mental retardation, development disorder, and other damage of nervous system. Importance of the energy generation from renewable sources. As world population rise, so does the demand for generation in order to power our homes, business, and communities. Innovation and expansion of renewable sources of energy is key to maintaining a sustainable level of energy and protect our planet from climate change. It is clean generation as well as it will not affect or damage our natural property, and it is doesn't create pollution. Energy generation from renewable energy sources helps to maintain our environmental conditions, which is very, very important for our health and future life. Renewable sources, there is action plan. Firstly, find out in non-renewable energy sources. Analysis of non-renewable energy sources cause more pollution and damage our natural property. Trying to reduce the load demand on the generation plant, which causes more pollution. We will see like coal power plant. Then putting the needful load demand on renewable sources, which is pollution free and eco-friendly. One by one, reduce the demand load on non-renewable energy sources and increasing plant of renewable energy sources.
Excuse me, Mr. Shivdatta, you have another 4 minutes left.
Okay, future scope. If we started to work seriously on generation from renewable sources, then after 15 to 20 years, we will get best environment and pollution-free generation. Lots of load demand will be reduced from non-renewable energy sources and saving that natural property, which is limited available in nature. We will get best and healthy nature. Result. Renewable energy sources does not produce carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxide, airborne particle, hydrocarbon, mercury, arsenic, cadmium, as well as does not produce radioactive elements. We will get clean generation and pollution-free environment, which help to maintain our environmental conditions. Conclusion. Reducing the load demand from non-renewable sources and put maximum load demand on the renewable energy sources will develop the electricity generation plant and move towards better future. Awareness is necessary to understand seriously put pollution produced from non-renewable energy sources before it goes out of control. In the future, it's expected that number of renewable energy sources will continue to increase as we see an increase in demand for power. This will drive down the price of renewables. In future, if the environmental situation goes out of control, then humans will not be able to pay penalty for this. In penalty, humans lose their lives, which is not affordable. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shivdatta, for your presentation.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes. So moving on to our next presenter. Next, I welcome Mr. Anirudh Ram from Vellore Institute of Technology from India, who will be discussing about the mitigation and impact of renewable energy on climate change. Mr. Anirudh, you can unmute now.
Hi, good afternoon to one and all present here. My name is Anirudh Ram, and I, along with my co-author Sanjeev Pudori, are going to be presenting on this topic. And let me just share the screen 1 second. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, yes, it's visible.
I would request you to unmute also my co-author. His name is Sanjeev. He's in this conversation.
Just a moment.
Thank
That
you.
is Sanjeev.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good evening, one and all the delegates present here. First of all, I'd like to take a second to appreciate and thank everyone for giving us this opportunity to be able to present on such a large scale. Right. The topic we've chosen is the impact of renewable energy on climate change and its mitigation. So in this, we've looked at current technology, current methodologies, and current
Excuse me, Sanjeev.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a moment. You can put on slide mode, and one of your co-authors, anyone can mute yourself when one person is speaking. Okay. Yeah.
Yes. So the topic we've chosen is impact of renewable energy, climate change and mitigation. There seems to be some sort of disturbance.
Yes. Anirudh, I'm muting yourself for a moment.
Yes, ma'am. So what we have looked at is we've taken existing technologies into consideration and determined what can we do and solve this problem now rather than the future. So this is what we have looked at throughout the paper, and we've looked at various aspects relating to this. We've looked at policies, we've looked at policies, we've looked at sources, we've looked at how to integrate these and obtain a feasible solution. We even considered things like socioeconomic factors, socio-political factors, and other frameworks. So moving on to the introduction, which my teammate will take over.
Anirudh, you can unmute now.
Hi, I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, as my team. Okay, sorry, I'm having trouble sharing my screen. Yeah.
Yes, it's fine now.
Yeah. So as my co-author said, we are looking at the current situations and scenarios in which we can implement renewable energy. We can implement certain renewable energy changes, and our main focus and outlook is on how we reduce the amount of vulnerability in this sector. And so you'll be looking at the slide where we're talking about our main study line. So our main study line includes a correlation of sustainable development with renewable energy and climate change. The main factors that we're going to be looking into is how sustainable development goals by the United Nations are correlated into the development of renewable energy, and how renewable energy and sustainable development go hand with each other and show an impact on climate change. So the current slide which you're looking at is our first main topic of focus, which is renewable energy. And over here we discuss about the potential impact, the different types of renewable energy, the consumption rate over the years, and sustainable development's relation with renewable energy. So if you look at one of the graphs that we have put up over here, it talks about the global consumption levels of the different types of energies that exist, and these include primary fossil fuels and conventional sources of gases as well. So from the demographs that we have been able to source out and collect, we have come to the conclusion that there is a steep range in the amount of increase in the consumption of energy over the years, and we have been using a different source of renewable energies as well. And if you're looking at the bottom part of the graph, we talk about how primary consumption levels in our country, that is India, has increased over the years of 2008 to 2017. You were not able to get a little bit of demographic on the current scenario, but we are focusing on how it will be focused to increase over the years. The second topic that we're looking into consideration is sustainable development. So sustainable development and renewable energy, we find, goes hand in hand with each other. They focus on three different types of factors, which include society, economics, and the environmental factors. Main reason that we are looking at sustainable development is because sustainable development goals provided by the UN has a specific context in relation with climate change, and that is the SDG goal, SDG 13 goal. So the main aim is to make sure that we get an amount of energy that can meet today's demands without compromising the ability of the future. And we look at key stakeholders in this process. And most of the key stakeholders, which include government, the development agencies, communities, households, NGO, and financing institutions, all of them play a very important role in going hand in hand to providing energy access, energy security, and also help in reducing the amount of environmental impact and improving social and economic development. We're looking at social factors. We look at three different important social factors to be considered as well, which includes a policy guidance program, a sustainable law, which comes under socio-economic factors, and we'll be also looking into the Paris Agreement. Policies for change in renewable energies is very important, as these policies can guarantee the amount of energy generation that could be increased in the country, and it can also provide a voluntary mechanism where government agencies and enterprises go hand in hand in correlation and develop certain policies which could help provide the amount of green energy, or which could help increase the amount of green energy consumption. These new regulations will also be able to have areas which have will also be able to provide a greater path for areas with rich improvement of renewable sources of energy. Looking at the supply chain law, a supply chain law is very essential because it benefits the company and also the workers in the company. So when you're looking at a sustainable development goal, UN has said that we need one of these goals to correlate with how working conditions of people are also important. So we look into a supply chain law which could be implemented along the process, which helps the consumer also and also the producer. And at the end of the day, it reduces the large amount of environmental impact by promoting a concept of acquiring only select products and goods and services. Over here, we look at we see the sustainable supply chain will include logistics, finance, employee resource management, and the development of smart technology in it. Now, my co-author Sanjeev will take over.
Ram, could you please change the slide? It's stuck on introduction.
It's stuck on introduction.
Yes. Okay. So while we fix the slide issue, I shall take it forward. The next topic we'll be touching on is the Paris Agreement. Now, basically, the Paris Agreement says that the global temperature increase should be limited to around 2 degrees. The Paris Agreement says that the global temperature increase should be limited to around 2 degrees Celsius. 2 degrees Celsius. Now, this goal is good, but it's a very generic goal. And when we talk about Paris Agreement, we always tend to focus only on the key players while completely ignoring the minor players. As you as depicted in the world map, we see that many of the countries have performed below par. Now, keeping aside the key players, namely US, European Union, China, India, Indonesia, and Brazil, we look at smaller countries. Now we look at the MENA region specifically, or the Middle East, North Africa region. It's been noted that the emissions have tripled in the past 3 decades. This is much above the global average per person than anywhere in the world. Now, this has a significant impact, and while these players are considered minor players, the impact they're causing is not minor. This is where we propose that the Paris Agreement should be expanded to not just include a simple target of 2 degrees per Celsius and allow countries to set targets for themselves, but it should expand to state that each country must also expand its renewable energy capacity. It should also reduce its greenhouse gas emissions, reduce its CFC emissions. Now CFC emissions and all plays into the ozone layer, the ozone factor. We'll get into that in a little bit more. The Paris Agreement is a great idea to use as a solution because It already exists. It has 195 signatories, which is pretty much all the countries recognized by the United Nations. So it's easier to crack down and get these implemented. Now, let's move on to what other solutions we have. What other solutions are possible? We can look at energy inbuilt environment. Energy inbuilt environment refers to using the energy in the built environment to solve problems, like in the case of the Barcelona superblocks. The Barcelona superblocks is a living space to house a lot of people and maintain a quality of living by having playgrounds and gardens and everything in the center. Each person is guaranteed access to a certain standard of living, and it makes organization really easy. And this is a great example of how we can use energy inbuilt environment to our advantage. A negative example in this case would be something like the Hong Kong heat trap, which states that as the city is getting hotter, the need for air conditioning is also increasing. This sort of puts the city in an endless loop of increasing temperatures and increasing heat. To break that loop, we need energy inbuilt environment. Now, moving on, we have the ozone layer depletion, which factors into our heat trap. Now, as the global temperature rises, the need for cooling increases, and so does CFC emissions. And correspondingly, the ozone layer depletion also increases. We need to keep in mind that while we switch to new standards, new emission standards, or new solutions, we need to uphold the Montreal Protocol and the Kyoto Protocol, which weren't held up which didn't work out as proposed. Another solution is agroforestry. Now I'll quickly run over the benefits of agroforestry. The benefits include the carbon sequestration, amelioration of temperatures, which means it just maintains a particular amount of temperature. Carbon sequestration means it traps atmospheric oxygen in the soil so as to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. It helps integrate agriculture and livestock systems, like in Africa, in a certain country of Africa, the native African plum tree grows, and along with the plum trees, locals plant oranges or cola or other such crops to grow them together so as to get attractive financial returns. Another more basic awareness-based solution is education, awareness, communal cooperation. This includes concepts such as afforestation, indoor plants, and better consumer habits. By turning off a simple unnecessary light every single day for a year, each person can save several 700 pounds of CO2. Now, this is one person. Now, imagine this applied to a population of 7 billion. The consequences can be huge. Obviously, taking 7 billion is quite a lot of people, and we cannot expect that amount of cooperation from every single one. Even if we take 1 to 2 billion people as the target population, we're still looking at excellent results. Now, moving on to a point that hasn't been covered before, it is the impact of COVID-19 on climate change. Now, COVID-19 has brought the world's economies to its knees. And COVID-19 is one of the reasons why the Paris Agreement itself failed, because countries have chosen to divert their funds towards public welfare and healthcare rather than spending on climate change. Now, this is where countries should capitalize, because with COVID-19 bringing everything to a halt, we see lockdown, we see economic stops. What this does is it has completely cut down greenhouse gas emissions by a significant margin. As we can go up to the chart here, we see that Delhi, which happens to be one of the most
Excuse me, Sanjeev, sorry to interrupt.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you may conclude in 4 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. As we can see in the case of Delhi, we have seen that Delhi happens to be one of the most air polluted cities in India. On the left side of the graph, we see that when policies were put in place to reduce the pollution, the effectiveness was quite minimal. During the pandemic, however, we are seeing a significant decrease in pollution. Now, this is where we can leverage COVID-19 recovery programs to simultaneously advance the climate agenda, and this presents an opportunity for us to transition to a more sustainable post-COVID world. And this can have huge ramifications in the given the context of the future. So now, to conclude, we've looked into the factors affecting current climate change currently. We explored the possibility of using existing technology, media methods, and frameworks to help in the battle against COVID-19. We have gotten, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, we are put at a considerable advantage than we were before. than we were before, and hence we must leverage this technology, and we must leverage this platform that we've gotten and use it in the right way by making correct policy changes, using more friendlier technologies, all of which exist today. Because we're talking about solutions that we have currently, but we're not using. Even the Paris Agreement or any agreement has always had a goal of the future in mind. The Montreal Agreement has had a target of 2030. The Paris Agreement has said that from 2024, action will start taking place. If we look at actions that are, if we always say that we will take action in the future, action will not be taken. We must start building to it from now. So every single small change or small measure we take now, its impact will be visible in the future, as in the many reasons that we stated above. And for these reasons, we believe that these are solutions that can be considered, applied, and they're all feasible at the moment. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Anirudh and Sanjeev, for your presentation. So with this, we are moving on to track 11, and where we'll be discussing about global environmental health. So I would like to invite our next presenter, Dr. Nivanoni from CI College from India, who will be discussing about the growth form analysis of the plant communities of the Ikop Lake, Manipur. Dr. Nivanoni, you can unmute now. Yes.
Am I visible?
Yes, you're visible, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. A very good afternoon to one and all present on this virtual platform of the second International Conference on Climate Change. Thank you, Zazila, for this opportunity of inviting me on this platform. The topic on which I'm going to deliver is about the growth form analysis of the plant communities of the Ikop Lake, Manipur. Myself, Dr. C.H. Nivanoni, Assistant Professor, Department of Botany, CI College, Manipur, India. Manipur is one of the 7 sister states of the Northeast India, having a rich biodiversity. It lies in one of the 36 biodiversity hotspots under the Indo-Burma biodiversity zone, hotspot zone. The ecological community is an assemblage of the species population having the potential of interaction, and it is defined as an interactive assemblage of the species occurring together with a particular geographical area, within a particular geographical area. So the study of the ecological communities is to examine the nature of the population interaction in communities and ascertain their structure and function. The physiognomy, or rather the form and the structure of a community, is described in a number of ways, each assessing different aspects, each having certain advantages and limitations in the ecological circles. The growth forms of plants are of comparable structure and similar relations to their physical environment and are distinguished on the basis of the morphological independence in the atmospheric, aquatic, or edaphic conditions of the relative size and other anatomical structures, including the stems or the leaves. Now, Segal in 1966, he stated that growth forms are morphological types adapted to their special environment and are considered to be determined by the physical environment. The important physical factors having direct impact on the structure and the composition of the vegetation in the aquatic are fluctuations in the water levels, presence or absence of the layers of the sapropellium, consistency of the subsoil, and the dimensions of the water body. In the recent years, changes in the climatic condition have caused a great impact on the natural ecosystems, mainly terrestrial and freshwater species, having shifted their geographic ranges, seasonal activities, migration patterns, and the species interaction in response to the ongoing climate change. So the present study and the eco plague is undertaken with an attempt to share and supplement our knowledge of the wetlands of Manipur, especially Northeast India. So this eco plague is a freshwater lake in the Thawal district, Manipur, at an altitude of 772 meters above the mean sea level. Coming to the methodology, the growth form classification under this present study was adopted after the method given by Hogwick and Brankert, 1969, who wanted to apply the growth form classification of Hartog and Segal, 1964, in the aquatic vegetation with due modification. This is the map of the study site, the eco plague, and its images. Coming to the results and the discussions. In the present study, 29 macrophytic species have been reported and have been assigned to 16 growth forms out of the 23 growth forms recognized by the Hogwick and Brankert, 1969. The various 16 growth forms are the ceratophyllates, which includes the Ceratophyllum demersum, only one species, the carrots with one species, acornates again with one species, hydrocarrots also with one species, and helophytes, it includes 5 species, the lamnates with one species, marcelids with one species, magnolamnates again with one species, myriophyllates, then again nymphates with 4 species, parbopotamates with 2 species, and the rest, pseudohydrophytes, trapetes, valisnerates with 1 species each, but rhizopleustiohalophytes consist of 5 species. These are the various growth forms, and the habit forms of the various growth forms in the present study are as stated below. The ceratophyllate shows a whole of finely dissected foliage with submerged flowering, and then the carrots shows a branch with verticillate thallus. And then the acornates shows stoloniferous rosettes with floating to emergent petiolate leaves. Then the helophytes, when fully grown, vegetative and generative parts are completely emerged as a rule. The lamnates, they are usually small, not differentiated into leaves and stems. The marcelids, they are rhizomatous. Magnolids are stoloniferous or branching rosette stem-like structures with floating and emergent sessile leaves. Then in continuation, the myriophyllates developing long stems with finely dissected foliage. The nymphates, as usual, lives in rosette form or from short rhizomes with the producing the leaf surface on the aerial portion. Then comes the pseudohydrophytes. When fully grown, the helophytic bud with younger differentiation in the submerged foliage adapted to an aquatic habit and emerging aerial organs. Rhizopleustiohalophytes also shows stem floating just below the surface, producing aerial leaves and shoots. The trapetes, they are profusely branched long stems, and the utricularids, they are finely dissected, emerged inflorescence. And last, the valisnerates, they are long, linear, and flabby lips with rosette in the form of a bundle. Now, these are the various tables of the growth forms in relation to the families, then relation to the substratum, and its relation to the aquatic and the aerial environment, and so also the habit form. The ceratophyllates, in relation to the substratum, they are found to be free floating, and then many are free floating. The acornates also shows free floating with rooted in soft, partly organic bottom sediment. Then the members of the helophytes, that is the Carex cruciata, Echinocloa Colonum, Pseudoraphis spinescens, the Cirrus supinus, Zizania latifolia, they are found to be rooted. And next slide. And here the Myriophyllates shows rooting at least a part of the life cycle, whereas the nymphates are all rooted. The parvopotamids
Excuse me, Dr.
during at least.
Sorry
Yes.
to interrupt. You have another 2 minutes left.
Okay. Now, next we have the different growth forms. Then these are the slight comparison of the various wetlands, a few wetlands of Manipur. Eco Lake, this is the present study, which shows 16 growth forms. Loktak Lake, 8 growth forms, and the Waito Lake, 13 growth forms, and Uttarapat, 12 lake forms. Growth forms, and freshwater ecosystems of Kanchipur shows 14 growth forms. Coming to the conclusion, the lake eco is said to be an aged and eutrophic lake, and it has a surface area of about 13.5 square kilometer. It lies at an intersection of about 93° 52" to 94° 05" east longitude, and 24.31" to 24.40° north latitude. By studying the growth forms of this lake, it can be inferred that the luxuriant rate of growth of the macrophytes envisions rich species diversity. So human activities and eutrophication affects the distribution of the different growth forms of the macrophytes. Hence, therefore, there is urgent need for the conservation and lake from further deterioration. Thank you. These are a few references. Thank you. Thank you once again for giving your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nivonani, for your amazing presentation. So moving on to our next presenter, next I welcome Bir Kamal Kaur from Punjab University, India, who will be discussing about the environmental risk perception among senior secondary school students of Chandigarh, which is an attempt towards global environment health. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I will be sharing my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible. You may continue.
Thank you. A very good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the organizers for providing me the opportunity to present my topic in today's conference on climate change. The title of my presentation is Environmental Risk Perception Among Students of Chandigarh. This variable is the part of my PhD research study, so that's why I have taken up this. So I would like to start with the introduction. The global environmental health, as we all know, it comprises the natural world, that is air, water, vegetation, animals, and human beings. But in this era of rapid industrialization, urbanization, and population explosion, the global environmental health, it is deteriorating at such a faster pace. So the environmental factors which are deteriorating the global environmental health, that includes the pollution, climate change, loss of biodiversity, overexploitation of the natural resources, which are induced by human activities, which pose serious threat not only to the environment, but human health as well as the sustainable development. According to the WHO report, the 25% of diseases in the world is majorly due to the environmental factors. 2 million people die each year from exposure to indoor air pollution. So in order to overcome these issues, we need to identify these risk factors and adopt the practices so that we could make the world sustainable. 4 principles that are required to develop the sustainable world are: we should limit what we take from the earth, we should limit the toxic substances we take, we should respect and protect the earth while meeting the human needs sustainably. As per the review of the literature, I went through many studies which showed that the global environmental health, it is positively correlated with the sustainable development. So we need to move toward the sustainable development. This is the operational definition of my variable. The environmental risk perception, it refers to individuals' ability to identify environmental factors that could be natural or man-made and make subjective judgment about human actions which could pose threat to the environment, human health, and sustainable development based on their beliefs, knowledge, and experiences. These are the objectives and the hypotheses. I would be taking them in the further slides. So for the design of the study, descriptive survey method has been employed for the purpose of data collection from the senior secondary schools of Chandigarh, and data was collected with the help of Google Forms in the month of January, February. As due to COVID situation, very few students were coming to the schools. Prior permission was taken from the district education officer of Chandigarh. For the sampling, probability sampling technique was taken, and 3 schools were selected through the lottery method by the researcher. And the sample consists of 304 students of both the arts and science streams of grade 11 studying in government schools of Chandigarh. For the data collection, the tool that has been used is environmental risk perception questionnaire, which was developed and validated by the researcher and whose Cronbach alpha value was 0.84 and content validity was established, which suggests that it is valid and highly reliable. Coming to the results and interpretation, before testing the hypothesis, it's very important that we should test the normality of the data distribution. On testing the normality with the help of Shapiro will test through SPSS, that is a software package. The researcher found that the data is distributed normally. As we can see in the table, the significant value is 0.003, which is less than the value of significance, that is 0.05 level of significance. Thus, the data is distributed normally and parametric test has been implied. First of all, the environmental risk perception levels were studied, and it was found that majorly the students, they fall in the category of average level of environmental risk perception with 51% of environmental risk perception scores, and whereas 25% fall in the high and 24% fall in the low level of environmental risk perception. Moving towards the first null hypothesis, the researcher, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. You may continue.
Yeah. So the researcher implied the independent t-test, and it was revealed that there exists a significant difference between the arts and science students studying in the senior secondary school to a school of government schools of Chandigarh. As we can see from the graph, the science students had higher mean gain score of environmental risk perception as compared to the arts one. Also, the p-value came out to be 0.001, which is less than that of the significance level. So the null hypothesis was rejected. The second null hypothesis was tested to check the environmental risk perception level of male and female students of senior secondary school. And similarly, it was found that the female students, they had higher environmental risk perception levels than those of the male students. So the null hypothesis was rejected. Thus, we can say that the gender and subject stream, they play significant role in the environmental risk perception levels of students. I also gave them an open-ended question to mention the environmental risk factors based of their location. That is, the students, they are majorly from the Chandigarh. So they mentioned the 46% of the students, they mentioned that the environmental risk factor, which is affecting the environmental health, it is air pollution, majorly caused by the automobile. Whereas 23%, they mentioned the waste disposal, And the water pollution, 5.9% of students, 4.6%, they said the cutting of trees is the problem, and so on. From the slides, this is a slide which is showing the picture of Chandigarh, which we call it the city beautiful of India because of its lush greenery around and beautiful roads and the pavements. But as we can see, the Chandigarh 10 years back, it used to be so beautiful, and now it is full of vehicles. And also in the next slide, we can see that the waste disposal is such a big problem because the population is growing so much, and thus we require that. Yeah. Although many initiations have been taken by the UT government to curb the problem of a large number of vehicles and waste disposal, but we cannot meet our goal to make the world sustainable unless each individual participate. And we need to switch to the sustainable modes of our activities so that we could reduce the waste and the number of vehicles from the source, and we could switch to the sustainable mode of energy. And doing it, the education act as a powerful tool in bringing the desired change in the students' behavior and thus leading to the development of sustainable world with the help of education for sustainable development. In this slide, I would like to discuss about the education implication of this study. So in order to overcome the environmental issues, we need to reorient the education. That is, the education needs to focus on the developing of knowledge, skills, values, and behavior among the school
Excuse me,
students.
Ms. Bir Kamal Kaur, you can conclude in 2 minutes.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. We need to bridge the gap between the society with the help of education, and so that we can resolve the environmental issues. Also, as the teachers, we need to adopt the performance-based activities so that we could enhance the environmental knowledge and skills of students by field visit, quiz competition, by motivating students to adopt the sustainable forms of energy, and by collaborative learning, hands-on practice for the 4R approach, with the help of documentaries, excursion, with the help of interventions and approaches to develop the environmental risk perception among the students, irrespective of their gender, irrespective of their subject streams, and also motivating them to adopt the sustainable lifestyle to promote the global environmental health. So in the end, I would like to conclude with this beautiful quote given by the Wangari Maathai, who is the Nobel Peace Prize winner and Kenyan environmentalist and social activist. She stated that it is the little things that citizens do. That's what will make the difference. And my little thing is planting trees. So I hope that each of us will do our own little things so that we could preserve the environment and we could live sustainably. So thank you so much. Here's the end of my presentation. Special thanks to Anita for providing me the updates regarding the presentation. Thank you so much, everyone, for your patience listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Bir Kamal Kaur, for your amazing presentation. So moving on to our next presenter. Next, I welcome US Anka from Nigerian Environmental Society from Nigeria, who will be discussing about the assessment of school tree planting programs in Kano State in Nigeria. Yes, Ms. Anka.
Okay. Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
You're audible.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone there. Good evening to other people from different zones.
Yes, you can just put it on slide mode and begin.
Okay. I want to sincerely thank you for giving us the opportunity. We are 3 in number. Mine, Umar Saleh Anka, Mr. Sadiq Ibrahim, and Sarah Obikwe from University of Benin. I want to start by giving the rationale for the planting of trees. It is for carbon sequestration, climate amelioration, water conservation, and soil preservation. The potential benefits of tree planting in Kano State, it provides shades. Looking at the geography of Kano State, you will come to see that, and you know why I would say that. It creates an outdoor learning space because of infrastructural problem we're having, and it improves air quality, offers opportunity to discuss biodiversity, and the student, it gives them opportunity to engage in tangible with examples, and it improves school aesthetic beauty. And the rationale for the assessment of school planting programs is that the primary and secondary schools in Kano State have benefited from various tree planting programs right from time immemorial, sponsored by federal government, philanthropists, state and local government, and NGOs, of course. And however, planting of trees without adequate management could be a waste of effort. And it was deemed necessary to assess the trees planted in Kano State schools with the intent to determine if there are need for change in approach employed over time. You can see the geography. Kano is a semi-arid region in Nigeria. It's located along 10 degrees and 12 degrees north of the equator. So, and is bordered by Kaduna State, Katsina, and Jigawa from the east, while Bauchi and other states. Then materials and methods. The study was based on cross-sectional survey design, and the data required for this study were that of trees planted in primary and secondary schools within Kano State. And you know, Kano State has 44 local government in the last 10 years, and also required for the study where the data of trees survived and the factors that promote its survival. We took a purposive sampling of 250 government schools were selected from 2011 to 2020. So that's an average of 5 schools per local government. We have 4 local governments in the state. And an inventory on the number of trees planted and number of trees that survived, as well as the factors that affect the survival of the trees through the field survey and the structured interview in 2021. In the analysis, a descriptive mean annual amount of planted and survived trees were taken into consideration, and an impartial statistics using t-test was used to test the significance difference of the planted trees. And the content analysis was also used to analyze the factors that affect tree survival in the study area. As you can see, the mean of planted trees as against the survival rate. So, which is explained on the table, and I will explain it further when I get to. Okay, now, and this is the results explaining the table shown. From 2011, you can see there's an increase in the mean of planted trees here, then an increase too in the number of trees survived. But we understand that the more trees you planted, the more the rates of survival of the trees. But there's a sharp decline in 2020 because of COVID-19. There were no much activities that took place. There were no planting of trees. So there was a sharp decline in the rate of survival or the mean number of trees planted. So from the table, significance of the difference in the planted trees and survived trees. There's a significant difference in, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, yes,
Am I
we
there?
can hear you.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, okay. From the table here, you can see there's a significant difference between the rate at which the trees are planted and the survived trees using this t-test and the standard error. There are factors of survival of the planted trees. Among the factors are water scarcity, there's construction and expansion, the seedlings viability, the time of planting. There are long holidays, especially in 2020 because of COVID-19. So most trees died because there was a long holiday in the schools and lack of tree protection materials. So as such, animals, because of our pre-grazing activity in Nigeria, trees used to be destroyed by animals. So you can see issue of water scarcity. If you are buying water at a very exorbitant rate, watering the seedlings would be a great problem in some areas, and especially in rural areas where we needed it most. Okay. After this finding, we were able to come up with a social response strategy to be able to monitor and evaluate why and how in some places, depending on the location of the portfolio local government, those in the southern part of the state survived more, maybe because of the geography, more rainfall is around that axis. And so we come up with to adopt this model. That one, the first of it is preconditions for planting of those trees. We need to identify the planting location, the available space, and the water availability. Then we came to realize that because there are no people to take care of the trees when you plant, so we need to identification of who to take responsibilities of those trees. So planted there. Then determine the kind of seedlings to purchase and the suitability that will just align with the site suitability. After meeting these preconditions, then we can have our to-do list, the planting activities, the planting period, then which leads to the kind of protective materials we need, the stakeholders engagement. School authorities needs to be informed. Even if you want to plant a tree in a philanthropist want to plant trees in the schools. So there's a need for synergy between the school and those that wanted to plant the trees, so that we can have a kind of responsibility, to kind of feeling that we are doing it together. So, and the planting viability of the seedlings, we thought of a minimum of 10 trees per school, so that that will enhance issue of tree survival in the area. Then for the planting of the planting period, we normally start planting in June, because the onset for this year, the onset in like Kano State is expected to be in June and to October. So we advise planting of trees to start around late June to first week of July. That's the time we were able to come up with. Then planting early of at school period. Once at the beginning, we encourage planting of trees at the beginning of each term, so that school can have enough time to look at those trees before the holidays. Then in this model, we look at sustenance of the planted trees. For the trees to survive, we need to have a kind of check and balances, a kind of monitoring and evaluation. So there should be a frequent visitation of the planted sites, then requesting of photos and any update from maybe the green. We used to have a green team in the school. So those are the students that used to be responsible for taking care of the school and reporting of the progress of what has been planted so far. So you can see in northern Nigeria, we have formal and informal education. You can see from this, those with green, catch them young. They are nursery and primary school students. And you can see here, this is one of the program we did in a higher institution. For this boy, is from non-formal sector of education, Quranic education. So we didn't leave any stone unturned. So all I invited and included in it. In conclusion, we were able to find that the study revealed the survival rate of planted trees significant. The number of planted trees has a 0.5 significance difference, 0.05. And among the factors identified, different factors for survival is water scarcity. It affects survival of the tree. The construction, it destroys most of the constructed planted trees. The seedlings viability, time of planting is very important. Long holidays, lack of barrier to, protective materials, which is giving access to animals to eat the plants, and no specific or designated manager of the planted trees. As a result of the findings, a social response strategy for tree planting in Kano State was developed. And at the core of the strategy are preconditions of the tree planting to-do list of the plantings, which will be done to ensure sustainability of the planted trees. And it was recommended that the strategy should be put to use, and performance of the and performance should be assessed subject to empirical studies. This is all we can say. Thank you. I want to thank my colleagues, Dr. Ifi, Sarah Obikwe, and Mr. Sadiq Ibrahim Opeyemi. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anka, for your presentation. So with this, we are moving on to our track 12, that is impact of climate change on public health. And here we have our next presenters, that is Dr. Preetam Khatwa and Dr. Kumar Sogata from Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences from India, who will be discussing about the dentist recommended toothpaste versus the environment.
Over.
Yeah, hello. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, hello, good afternoon.
Just give me 2
Good
minutes.
afternoon.
Good
Share the
afternoon.
screen.
Sure.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. So, good afternoon to all, respected jury members and my fellow speakers. Myself, Dr. Preetam Khatwa.
And myself, Dr. Kumar Sogata.
We are dentists by profession. We are here to take a small step towards bridging the gap between dentistry and environmental aspects through our systemic review, whose topic is Toothpaste, Dentist's Best Friend and Environment's Foe, the story of a double-edged sword. One common thing that we do every day in the morning is brush our teeth. However, regular this ideology may sound, it is quite uncommon for the environment to deal with.
True, Dr. Preetam. You know, this is the most common thing that we do every day. We wake up in the morning and we go brush our teeth while sleeping. We brush our teeth and sleep. But how did toothpaste actually come in picture of this world? Around the year 1800 BC to about 5000 BC, Egyptians had already developed something called as a tooth powder. They used to use agents such as charcoal or baking soda, even twigs you know, the Ayurvedic Indians also use them. And the ancient Greeks and Romans also used them along with the Chinese. Come forward to 1850, it would be ironic to hear that even the people from Great Britain used to use areca nut betel quid in their toothpaste to clean their mouth. In the year 1895, Colgate was the first one to come up with something called as an antiseptic dental powder, which revolutionized dentistry in its own way. In the year 1905, Zonvis by Johnson & Johnson's was the first one to invent the today that we know the toothpaste of. Moving on forward, we would like to see that how toothpaste has captured the global market. Next, we can see on the slide that toothpaste has dominated the global industry for about 150 years. It is estimated that by the year 2025, toothpaste market would reach up to $7.8 billion US. Now, the key player in this industry may involve Unilever, the Colgate Palmolive, the CCA industry, Dabur, and Henkel, with Dabur being the only Indian industry in this market. Next, you must be wondering that how does environment come into the picture? Let me tell you how. In the next slide, we can see that how toothpaste has affected both the sludge containing part of it and the use of excess chemical. Now, we all brush our teeth every day in the morning, right? We all go to supermarkets to buy the toothpaste. But have we ever wondered what is there in the toothpaste? Or after spitting out your sludge of the toothpaste, where does that sludge go? We'll discuss it one by one. First, let's see how does individual components of artificial toothpaste hurting our own system. Fluoride. Fluoride is the most common material that is used in toothpaste. It is considered in wrong amounts, it can be more toxic than lead. It has been known and well documented over a period of time that fluoride use and excess fluorosis in the body can be harmful to the skeletal structure of our body. Not only this, we as dentists have often seen that fluoride contained in the toothpaste not only hampers the environment, but the contaminated sources of water due to fluoride pollution can also hamper the oral health. Next in the list, we can see another important component of the toothpaste, and that is aspartame. Aspartame, which is almost banned, when I say the word almost, it's because only last month it was banned by FDA completely. Aspartame is known for its cancer risk. And across the world, 65% of the toothpaste has this particular component. Now, aspartame is not only a carcinogenic agent for human beings, but it's a hugely devastating thing for the environment. It has artificial sweeteners. And for a matter of fact, aspartame is also present in the hand washes that you use. So actually, or figuratively, you're using the same thing that you're washing your hands with inside your mouth. After aspartame, the next individual that we can see in this particular toothpaste slide is Dr. Preetham, will you change the slide, please? Is the tooth coloring agents or the artificial coloring agents. Out of this, the most common artificial coloring agent that was seen in the toothpaste is yellow 5. There are n number of toothpastes which are present across the globe, which have already been banned by the FDA because they contain artificial agent. But till date, whenever you go to supermarkets, there are a lot of toothpastes which still are known by their colors, and Colgate and Close-Up being one of the most competitive things in the market. Next, we can see another important component in this particular game, that is sodium sulfate and triclosan. Triclosan is known to be one of the most harshest chemical ever put into dental mankind use. It is used along with sodium lauryl sulfate to act as a buffer in a toothpaste solution. FDA only recently banned triclosan. Triclosan, as a matter of fact, is also found in the phenyls and the bathroom cleaning agents that we use. So you can make the comparison for yourself well. The next substance on this particular list is sodium lauryl sulfate. And sodium lauryl sulfate is the worst thing that is bad for the environment. Now, if you can look at the picture, sodium lauryl sulfate is known to be one of the 9 toxic substances that have plagued man. Along with it, people might not know this, but they are the leading causes of death of giant pandas in the Chinese region, the central China region, because of the contamination of the local water bodies in that particular area. Next, we can see in the slide a case history that has been demonstrated, which maintains how angular cheilitis has been caused due to contact allergy from the toothpaste. So toothpaste is not only cleaning your oral cavity, but has huge references where it can damage the oral cavity as well. If you look at this lady in the first case, she has something called as a crankle sore across her mouth. In the lower 2 region, they are the 2 individuals who were tarnished due to the action of triclosol and sodium lauryl sulfate. There is another case of an elderly man who is 81 years old, and this case report also talks about allergy due to toothpaste. Next, what we can see is how has it affected the environment. Now, here is a case study of a woman who visits a retail shop in Delhi, goes to a personal care section and picks up her favorite toothpaste. Now, let me ask you a question to everybody who is present over here. What do you think when you buy a toothpaste? Do you even glance at the back to look at for its contents, or do you only look at the price the toothpaste is being sold for? According to the research by Foundation of Research and Development, UAE, they have mentioned that 55% of the Indian population, that is about 682 million people, only look at the market value of the toothpaste while buying, which puts us in a dangerous situation, because in a cost-effective country like India, we can have companies which can do a lot of things to damage this, and they have been doing for the past years. And most importantly, they have not even been regulated by the FDA. Next, we can also see how toothpaste has gone into the environment and harmed it in its huge ways. It is said that more than 400 million toothpaste tubes are being thrown into the landfills each year in the United States of America, which means that 1.5 billion toothpaste tubes are being tossed around right now as I speak. So if you see that toothpaste is a very unique thing, not only is its content harmful to human beings, but also after use, it is discarded as a plastic waste. And we all know what plastic wastes can do to the environment. Next, what we see in the particular slide is how the toothpastes have also damaged the marine life. Plastic toothpastes were a part of a plastic waste story that was documented by Colgate and Palmolive, and it was seen that 50 million pounds of toothbrushes were found to be present every day in the landfills across the United States of America. So you see, from the time you start using the toothpaste till the time you discard the toothbrush, everything is actually damaging the environment. Over here in the slide, we can also see how we can move on to more ecologically sustainable uses. That is the bamboo toothbrush. Bamboo toothbrush is an initiative by EcoHoy, and they have been there in the environment as a part of a lot of NGO network who are dealing with environmental problems, which have time and again shown that how it can actually sustain in the model world of globalization and how biodegradable it can be. Next, we can see on this slide how the toxic sludge of the toothpaste can act. Now, once you rinse the toothpaste, have you ever wondered where the sludge goes? The story doesn't end there, because this sludge enters into the normal pipeline chambers. As soon as it enters the pipeline chambers, the sludge becomes a part of the normal environment, and it is exactly as pollutant as any other normal chemical company pollutant remnant it can be. Now, once it enters the environment, as we can see over here in the diagram, that nitrate and sediment pulls down into the water, and the lake moves towards eutrophication, Finally, the dissolved oxygen reduces, the temperature increases, and the area becomes most unsuitable for living organisms to sustain. Next, as we move forward, we can see Dr. Preetham, can we move to the next slide, please? Yeah. Next, as we move forward, we can see an impact of a triclosan study that was done to show how consumer actually were misled by the company. If you look at the right-hand lower corner of the slide, we can see how triclosan exposure on children was documented from the time a child was born around at 16 weeks to the time he was 8 years old. Without knowledge, triclosan can be harmful. And for your information, triclosan is present in Colgate, the one that we use regularly every day. In the next slide, what we can see is the impact toothpaste has had on the environment at a minuscule level. We can see that how companies today are more awake. There is Hindustan Unilever, there is Colgate Palmolive, which have tried everything possible to reuse the plastic of the plastic tube. Hindustan Unilever was the first company to start with this particular code. That is the number 2 plastic resin code. According to this code, the company has tried to improve its policies on how it can make this plastic waste into an essential tube that can be supplied onto a customer or to an NGO that can use it for further sorting business. Colgate has also taken into the race, and it's one of the competitors on increasing its packaging systems in its own way. In the next slide, we can see Dr. Preetham, the next slide, please.
Yeah, I have changed it.
Yeah. In the next slide, we can see that the recycling of toothpaste tubes can be impacted in 7 different ways.
Excuse me, Dr. Swagata. Yeah, you can conclude soon.
Okay.
Yeah, ma'am, please, 2-3 minutes more.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So the other 7 steps by which toothpaste can be recycled and reused in the environment. I would now like to hand over the proceedings to my colleague, Dr. Preetham Khatua.
Thank you, Dr. Saugata. With these findings into consideration, we in the Department of Periodontology decided to conduct a systemic review with the aim of the study and assess the significant amount of damage toothpaste contributes to the environment. Keeping the research question in mind that is toothpaste responsible for creating damage to the environment? This was the process of our systemic review, which includes the 3 steps you can see in the screen. In the methodology process, we collected 27 articles, out of which 14 articles were finally chosen with Cochrane collaboration. This, we came to the result that from finally selected 14 articles taken into consideration, we can vehemently state that, yes, toothpastes and environment do share a common denominator. However, more case control studies need to be done intricately to prove the hypothesis scientifically. Now the question arises, what does the literature say? In order for toothpaste to complete its job for cleaning the teeth, it must contain some kind of chemical in it. One of the ingredients of the toothpaste, sodium pyrophosphate, is responsible for preventing tartar buildup. Furthermore, there is a germ-killing chemical contained in the toothpaste called triclosan, and as it is released into the water from the drain, it has been building up in the ocean web. Due to, as you saw, pioneer and engagement efforts, last month, Colgate Palmolive Co., which dominates the oral care market, began shipping the first toothpaste tube recognized as recyclable by plastic recyclers. So from this, we can come to the conclusion that Who would have thought that the most common of the substance used by the mankind can change the way we look into the environment forever? With the current situation being an eye-opener, we think the message goes out loud and clear that it is high time that we pay attention to the minuscules of things that are plaguing the teeth care currently. And with this thought in mind, I would like to thank you to the conference for giving us an opportunity to present our systemic review. I would like to acknowledge my colleague, Dr. Sagata, for helping me in all this process. These are our references. Thank you so much. And at last, I would like to conclude with the thought that being dentist, I suggest to be wise, wisely choose your toothbrush, and do take care of the environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Preetham and Dr. Sogata. It was an amazing presentation. In fact, very informative. I guess yesterday also your team has given us an amazing presentation, which was very informative and very thoughtful. So that's a great credit to Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Science. So thank you so much. So moving on to our next presenter. So next I would like to welcome Preeti Dabas from Maharshi Dayanda University from India, who will be discussing about an analysis of burden of diseases and healthcare financing evidences from 89 countries.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, it's visible. You can put on slide mode and begin, please.
Yes, ma'am. I will be presenting on the topic an analysis of burden of disease and healthcare financing, evidences from 89 countries. I am a research scholar in Department of Economics in Maharishi Dayanand University, Rohtak, Haryana, in India. Constitution of World Health Organization defines health as a complete state of physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. The consumption of health has positive externalities as it results in increase in collective social benefits, and health plays a key role in growth and development of a country. The relation between health and income is two ways. That is, health affects income and income affects health. As we know that climate change affects social and environmental determinants of health. That is, clean air, safe drinking water, sufficient food, and secure shelter. WHO estimates that between 2030 and 2050, climate change is expected to cause approximately 250,000 additional deaths per year from malnutrition, malaria, diarrhea, and heat stress. The direct damage caused to health is estimated to be around $2 to $4 billion per year by 2030. These statistics are really alarming. These statistics show the effect of climate change on the burden of disease. And the areas which are most vulnerable to climate change are the countries which have weak health infrastructure. This United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development, it has recognized health as a precondition, an outcome, and an indicator of human development. See, good health enhances development by increasing productivity, strengthening capabilities, increasing savings and investment, and thereby reducing poverty. In turn, good health also promotes productivity at individual level too. The thoughts by Larry Summers was that being wealthier leads to purchase of better human health. However, Macroeconomic Commission on Health by Jefferson Share and others found that health may actually be a driver of economic well-being of the nations. That is, the relation goes both ways. So some of the three key objectives of my research work are: one, to study the burden of disease by cause and relate the same with gross domestic product per capita. Two, to estimate the elasticity of healthcare expenditure per capita with respect to gross domestic product per capita. Three, to study out-of-pocket expenses, catastrophic expenditure, resultant impoverishment levels, and insurance coverage. The study also hypothesizes if GDP per capita has any relation with cause of disease. This is the literature review. Researchers earlier have claimed that out-of-pocket payments have been the primary source of financing healthcare among households, and it subsequently has consequences on their living standards. World Bank defines out-of-pocket expenditure as catastrophic when the payments on healthcare equals or exceeds 10% of total household expenditure. At the same time, WHO defines it that when out-of-pocket payments exceed 40% of households' capacity to pay. So when health expenses exceeds this much threshold, then they are said to be catastrophic. Studies have maintained that households are said to get impoverished when out-of-pocket expenditure, in absence of adequate insurance coverage, pushes individuals or households below poverty line or deepen their existing poverty. And this impoverishment because of health expenditure is termed as medical poverty. Studies have also claimed that out-of-pocket expenses on healthcare are a burden not only on poor, but on middle classes as well. In the same line, many studies have also shown that burden on poor is significantly higher. Some of the recent studies have concluded that non-communicable disease put more financial burden on households. In brief, the existing literature pertaining to catastrophe and impoverishment states that out-of-pocket expenditure to treat illness beyond a threshold can lead to financial catastrophe and thereby drive a significant number of households below the poverty line. And these findings have been a major concern for the policymakers. So here are the materials and methods of my research work. I collected data from Our World in Data website, and that data has been collected from 89 countries on 9 indicators. Countries with population more than 1 million have been taken for the study, and also the countries on for whom the data for all the variables was available. Only those countries have been taken. So in total, 89 countries and 9 variables. For easy comprehensibility of the data, it has been presented in the form of tables and figures. Statistical tools like coefficient of variation, coefficient of correlation, coefficient of determination, regression line, regression equation, and correlation tests are used. And the statistical part has been done. And the statistical computing and hypothesis testing has been done in our software. So let me first tell you about the 9 variables that I took for my study. They are based on the burden of disease and healthcare financing. So from burden of disease, 3 variables, I took 3 variables, that is communicable disease, non-communicable disease, and injuries. In communicable disease is diarrhea, these infectious disease, and especially malaria, neglected tropical disease, and tuberculosis, and many more. Non-communicable disease is heart disease, heart failure, cancer, diabetes, liver disease, and others. In injuries, these are injuries, road injury, transport injury, fire, heat, and likewise. So 3 variables from burden of disease, and there are 5 variables on healthcare financing. From healthcare financing, the variables are healthcare expenditure per capita, out-of-pocket expenditure as share of total expenditure on healthcare, catastrophic expenditure, impoverishment expenditure, and also the share of population covered by health insurance. So 3 variables from burden of disease, 5 variables from healthcare financing, and along with I also took gross domestic product per capita as one of the variables of the study. So in total, 9 variables have been taken. Now coming to the result part, the first table, this table of the first table of the results, that is table 3, shows the variables and the descriptive statistics. So it shows the minimum values, maximum values, name of the countries, and the last column shows the coefficient of variation. So in a quick look, if we see that the country with maximum GDP per capita is Ireland, and that with minimum is Burundi. Coming to the coefficient of variation, we see that the maximum variation is that of impoverishment expenditure, that is expenditure on healthcare that leads to that pushes down the individual or the household to below poverty line. So here is impoverishment expenditure is the variable that is high, that varies highly among the countries. Coming to the next result, that is correlation among the variables. This first figure shows the relationship among the variables with the help of heat map. The blue color in the graph shows positive relation and the red color denotes the negative relation. The darker the shade, higher the correlation between the variables and vice versa. However, at the same time, the text in the boxes gives the coefficient of correlation, and the cross mark shows insignificant relation between the variables at 5% level of significance. So if we happen to read the graph, we see that injuries share on the burden of disease has no correlation with any of the variables. And at the same time, all other variables have some significant relation with all other variables, all rest of the variables. The next figure shows burden of disease by cause. That is 3 causes that have been chosen are communicable disease, that is shown by the red color, non-communicable disease by orange color, and the share of injuries in the by the brown color. So we see that the top country, that is Nigeria. Nigeria shows the highest proportion of communicable disease, whereas the country towards the end, that is Hungary, shows the lowest proportion of communicable disease. However, if we relate these causes with GDP per capita, then we happen to find these results. This table shows the results of correlation test, correlation of GDP per capita with causes of disease burden. So the correlation between GDP per capita and communicable disease, it is negative. That is to say that higher the income of a country, lower is the share of communicable disease, and the other way. And this relationship is significant as shown by very low p-value. And at the same time, non-communicable disease share has a positive relationship with GDP per capita. That is to say that higher the income of a country, per capita income of a country, higher the share of non-communicable disease. So, and one more thing from here is that injuries, the burden of disease due to injuries has no correlation, has no significant correlation with GDP per capita. So the point from here is that it is the developed countries that cause maximum harm to the environment. That they are the main countries who are the leaders of climate change, and the burden of this, because of climate change, communicable disease happen, and the burden of the disease is more on the low income countries. Next, if we see the elasticity of health expenditure per capita with respect to GDP per capita, then before we move to elasticity, let us first see this graph, which shows the relationship between healthcare per capita, which is taken on y-axis, and GDP per capita, which is taken on x-axis. So it shows that as GDP per capita of a country increases, health expenditure per capita is it also increases. There is positive relationship. The boxes show the variance, and that this is the box plot showing that how the distribution of these two variables is. Then if we happen to regress the same, that the regression results show that if a country increases its GDP per capita by $1, at the same time the expenditure on healthcare increases by 0.09, that is almost $0.1, and this is a significant amount. Result 1, and if we take the log values, log of health expenditure per capita and log of which is regressed on log of GDP per capita, then the results of the regression show that if GDP per capita of a country increases by 1%, then health expenditure also increases by 1%. The earlier results were...
Excuse me, Ms. Preeti.
Yes, ma'am.
You have another 15 minutes to conclude.
15?
Sorry, I mean 2 minutes left from your 15 minutes.
Fine. Okay, ma'am. So the results were, earlier the results were in absolute terms, and here the results are in relative terms. That is, if GDP per capita increases by 1%, then health expenditure per capita increases by 1%. That is to say that it is unitary elastic. The third section shows the healthcare financing, and this on this figure on x-axis I have taken out-of-pocket expenditure as share of total health expenditure, and on y-axis is catastrophic expenditure. It can be seen that the countries are scattered in all the 4 quadrants. The first quadrant is where out-of-pocket expenditure and catastrophic expenditure both are high, and insurance coverage is low. The size of the bubble is equivalent to insurance coverage. And the third quadrant shows that out-of-pocket expenditure and catastrophic expenditure both are low, and insurance coverage is high, as shown by the higher bubble size. However, if we regress impoverishment on catastrophic expenditure and health insurance coverage, then we find that both the variables, that is catastrophic expenditure and health insurance coverage, are significantly determine the impoverishment level, and the multiple R-square value comes out to be 0.7492. That is approximately 75% of impoverishment is being explained by catastrophic expenditure and health insurance coverage. So these were the key results from my study. Due to paucity of time, I'll have to skip the discussion and conclusion part. These are the references, and this is the list of 89 countries on which I collected the data. Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you everyone for patient listening. And at the end, I extend my sincere thanks to Ma'am Anita for cooperating and giving me all the updates. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Ms. Preeti Dabas, for your presentation. So our next presenters are Yes, I'm thrilled to invite them. They are again from Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, Dr. Sri Chandana Shreya and Dr. Kumar Saugata, who will be discussing on dentistry and methyl methacrylate, a serious case of denture and age. So, Dr. Saugata, you can unmute yourself now.
Hi, ma'am.
Yes, and your co-presenter?
Dr. Shreya.
Dr. Shreya, yes, she can unmute now.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, welcome back, both of you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I'll share my screen in just a second. Is my screen visible to all?
Yes, it's visible. You can put on slide mode and begin.
Yeah, Dr. Shreya, can you see my slide?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. So good afternoon once again. Okay, so what does dentistry and environment have in common? I mean, after explaining so much since yesterday, there is one important topic that we, the students of Rajiv Gandhi University, wanted to discuss with you also. Now, dentistry and environment has one very important thing that is in common, and that is aging. And one polymer that supports this theory of aging in dentistry is methyl methacrylate. But I'm pretty sure that you wouldn't have heard that how methyl methacrylate can be poisonous to the environment. Here is the curious case of denture and age. Myself, Dr. Kumar Saugata,
and I, Dr. Shreya Sivalanka,
are here to present a systematic review on the same. Now, methyl methacrylate is something that we called as a totally existing polymer. There is no facet in dentistry that does not believe that methyl methacrylate is not a useful polymer. This polymer finds its origin in the chemical name methyl prop-2-ionate, and it's primarily used in manufacture of polymethyl methacrylate related products. If we can see this slide, we can see that how methyl methacrylate market has increased over the period of years. Around the year 2013, we were at around $40 million sales across the globe. Today, by the year 2024, it has been estimated that it would cross $100 million in sale. Now, it has been used in two forms. Methyl methacrylate is one such substance that has been used for polymerization and also as a chemical intermediate in cases of healthcare setup. Within the healthcare department, apart from dentistry, it is used for cranial reconstruction. It is used as a part of the implant orthopedics. It is also used as an important member within the drug delivery system chain and also are found in your hard contact lenses. In case of dentistry, every old man that you see wearing this pink substance contains methyl methacrylate. That means literally putting it in your mouth. It is used in the manufacture of this particular substance, which we dentists call it as cold cure and heat cure. It is also used as liner and tissue matrix. Your dentists also like to call it as composites or as provisional restorative material. Now, the biomedical application of polymethyl methacrylate, the polymer of methyl methacrylate, is also as similar as methyl methacrylate, as we can see in the slide. However, it is dangerous. Now, how is it dangerous and how does it affect the environment and we human beings is here what we are about to say. Now, if we can see the topmost corner of the slide, we can see a dentist who is busy working on a denture that is to be created. Now, when a dentist works on this, he or she inhales the fumes of polymethyl methacrylate, which then moves onto the lungs. If you can see, this is a particular X-ray which is done of the lungs, which shows how lungs have been segregated with the fumes of polymethyl methacrylate. Over a period of time, let's say around 2-3 years after regular use of this particular substance by a dentist, the lungs will become something like this. This is called as a pulmonary emphysema. Over a period of time, pulmonary emphysema can cause something called as pulmonary edema, which might be the cause of death. WHO had conducted a particular research which showed how the exposure of methyl methacrylate can have hazardous impact on the environment. This particular test was done in vitro on the rats, and all the specimens were exposed for more than 3 months. Within the nervous system, methyl methacrylate acts in a huge way. It crosses the blood-brain barrier. It increases the neurotoxicity in the body. And as we can see over here in this slide, a presentation that was provided by the Harvard Medical School, it can also initiate responses in and around the nerve stimuluses around the synapses, which causes something called as neurotoxicity that can be fatal as well. As any other allergen, it can also cause contact dermatitis or type 4 hypersensitivity. As we can see in the picture, peeling of the skin is the most common symptom which can be seen in this. Now to mention methyl methacrylate, like all the pollutants, are known for being genetically mutated. It can cause forward and reverse mutations in almost all the species, including humans. Although much research has not been done, there have been researches done on Salmonella species which have been proved in this particular slide. It is also not okay for a pregnant woman or a pregnant dentist to be working in an environment be supported by this particular, by the fumes of polymethyl methacrylate. Now, let's look at the environmental aspect of this. Daly and Hossack and Thomas did a particular study on the ecological interaction of methyl methacrylate and found devastating results as it was seen in the organism body. It is said that methyl methacrylate can cross the food chain and be biomagnified like any other sources of pollutant and go up the organism chain and can impact humans in a similar way. And we humans are at the top of the hierarchy, so we are more legible to its use. Finally, there was a cross-sectional epidemiological study done by World Health Organization on how inhalation of methyl methacrylate within the environment can impact humans. Next part of the presentation shall now be dealt by my co-presenter, Dr. Shreya Shivalanka.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar Sagata. So with the above domains kept in mind, we in the Department of Public Health and Community Medicine have decided and conducted a systematic review with the aim to assess the curious methacrylate in dentistry and environment. So also keeping the same in the mind, the research question here is whether or not the methyl methacrylate used in dentistry is actually harming the environment. The steps that are involved in the systematic review, as you can see, are the literature review, systematic methods to collect the data, synthesize finding qualitatively or quantitatively. Okay. Even project have involved 30 articles, out of which 15 were finally chosen. With the Cochrane collaboration taken as reference, another scientific research data such as Medline and Medmo. From this, finally, 15 articles were selected and were taken into consideration, and we can vehemently state that, yes, methyl methacrylate used in dentistry does share a common denominator with the environment. However, more control studies need to be done through the hypothesis scientifically. The following things are quoted in the literature. So, as you can see, methyl methacrylate is a colorless, volatile liquid with an acrid fruity odor. As it is highly reactive with hydroxyl radicals, it is estimated half-life in the troposphere is very short. That is, it cannot live in the atmosphere for a very long time. However, it is reactive. Methyl methacrylate is highly flammable. So we always have to take care that these are not kept in conditions where it can be exposed to any kind of heat. And in the case of poisoning, the treatment is very supportive. So methyl methacrylate, although extreme in its form, finds no relevant resource to estimate the exposure or interpret its damage. With the world focusing on a number of health problems, do you think it is wise to add another to the list? But based upon the studies available so far and the exceptional study done by World Health Organization, methyl methacrylate has proved itself to be one among the worst polymers to have developed the facets of dentistry. Don't you think it's high time we deal with this problem? And with this, I would like to thank the conference for giving us this wonderful platform to share and talk about an important issue. I also thank my colleague, Dr. Kumar Saugata, and the Department of Public Health and Community Dentistry for giving us this opportunity to document a previously undocumented part of dentistry. And at the last, these are our sources from which we have gathered all our information, and we would like to thank them as well.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Kumar Sogata and Dr. Shreya, for that amazing presentation. So, and thank you to Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Science, where they have contributed 3 amazing presentations, which was very different and informative. So thank you so much for being part of it.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
So moving on to our next presenter, I would like to welcome Dr. Pinky Cherian from St. Joseph's College for Women from India, who will be discussing about the climatic influence on the metabolite production and vitamin content among the Amaranthus lin species in Kerala.
Okay. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, Pinky, we can see your screen. You can put on slide mode and begin.
So, good evening, one and all present here. I myself, Pinky Cherian, Assistant Professor, Department of Botany, St. Joseph College, Alappuzha, Kerala, India. So, my topic of today's presentation is climatic influence on the metabolite production and vitamin content among Amaranthus species in Kerala. Coming to the introduction, the interaction between plants and their environment influence the synthesis and accumulation of metabolites. The exposure to the various environment stresses can strengthen the allelopathic potential of many plants. In the present study, I have chosen amaranth as an important multi-purpose crop which is being used as grain as well as in vegetables. The chemical constituents and the medicinal value of amaranth is being well documented in literatures. It contains beta-cyanins, carbohydrates, proteins, lipids. It also contains other secondary metabolites like spinoside, amaranthocytes, phenolic compounds. The focus of the present study is the comparison of the production of primary and secondary metabolite in Amaranthus species, then collected from Kerala during wet and dry conditions, and estimate the vitamin C content of Amaranthus. So with respect to the temperature and humidity condition also. So the images of the plant that is being used under the study, this is the first one is the Amaranthus viridis, and you have Amaranthus dubius, that is what we are consuming. We have Amaranthus spinosus with spines, and you have Amaranthus tricolor, this with a reddish color, and you have one wild species, that is Amaranthus viridis. So the main objective of the study is to focus on the production of primary and secondary metabolite on Amaranthus species collected during wet and dry condition and to estimate the vitamin C content. This is the time period I have taken from January to June and 2016, July to December, then 2016, January to June to July to 16. So why we consider this area timing is the pre-monsoon and post-monsoon conditions were being looked through it. So the materials were grown in the house garden, and you can see the latitude and longitude and triplicate condition is being maintained in the garden. So first, the quantitative phytochemical screening was done using UV visible spectrophotometry for carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. And secondary metabolites, we have looked through flavonoids, phenols, tannins, and vitamin C content was determined. Coming to the observation and result, this has been taken from custom weather India map, and you can see that in 2015, from January to December, the average temperature and humidity range were being recorded and was being taken. For the 2016 also we have taken from custom weather, and here you can see that from January to December the temperature increase, average temperature range and humidity range was been observed, and the humidity range was observed during this period was very much higher, up to 87 degree was observed for the June period. And now we have taken the what samples, both dry samples of leaves and stem was taken for Amaranthus species, and we have powdered it and we have mixed with the respective solvents, and we have looked for the UV visible state for photometric reading for the estimation of carbohydrates, proteins and lipids. Here you could see that this plant is almost rich in carbohydrates. Very good amount of carbohydrates can be seen for Amaranthus caudatus species. You can see 50 to 90 range, and you can see in Spinosus species also you can see 89 to 42, and for viridis species you can see 53.92 to 62.68%. So the carbohydrate content vary depending upon the dry and wet season. Again, coming to the protein content of this plant, you can see that there is a range from 31 to 0.7 in wet condition, 16 to 7.45, and you have for Amaranthus viridis you can see 53 to 42 mg per gram this proteins has been weighed. So the climatic variations are being seen in a very slight effect for respective species of Amaranthus. And this, the carbohydrate content varied from 89.66 mg per gram to 13.38. And for protein content, you can see the content varied from 53 to 3.41. So the protein content is being varied more depending upon the climatic influence. So coming to the quantification, the graphical representation here, you could see that the what Amaranthus viridis, Amaranthus spinosus, Amaranthus dubius, and Amaranthus tricolor, all these species showed a good amount of carbohydrate content during the dry period. Then you can see in wet condition also the carbohydrate content is also seen in a very better way. So this already we have discussed the primary metabolite. Now we have our secondary metabolite. We all know the secondary metabolites are produced by the plants in order to tide over the stress conditions that has been, if there is any drought stress or any humidity condition. Okay, so this is a comparison of phenols, flavonoids and tannins that has been present. Here you could see that the phenolic contents is having much more variation when compared to that of the flavonoids and tannins. Phenols are the antioxidant molecules that is being produced by these plants, and the consumption of these plants is very good for the treatment of cancer also. So including an anti-cancer molecule in your diet is very crucial for these days, because lot of lifestyle diseases are being associated with this cancer. So you can say that the dubious, Amaranthus dubius and Amaranthus caudatus has good amount of phenolic compounds both in dry and wet condition. And Amaranthus spinosus, that is having spines, it is also being used as a diet in South Kerala as a food in the dietary supplement. From the comparison of the secondary metabolites among the plants, during the dry condition, plants produce more phenolic compounds than the flavonoid and tannin. So we can consider this plant as a very good antioxidant molecule. Okay, as an anti-cancer agent, they can be consumed in your dietary supplement. So phenol contents varied from 8.68 to 6.69, while flavonoid content varied from 1.45 to 0.14. So this is a graphical representation. Here you could see that the phenolic condition, phenolic profiling or the phenol content in the plants are very much higher than compared to that of the other flavonoids and tannins. So you can consider this plant as a very good dietary supplement. You can consume this. Actually, this is a COVID time. The vitamin C is being very much important in our diet. These plants are producing more vitamin content. You can see that the range from 1.4 to 1.6 for both Amaranthus tricolor and Amaranthus viridis. Both wild and cultivated species of Amaranthus are in good vitamin C content. So deriving a tablet or deriving a dietary tablet from these particular plant is a very good for this COVID-19 prevention and everything. So coming to the correlation of humidity among primary metabolites, you can see that this is SPSS ANOVA has been done, and you can see that the dry condition carbohydrate and wet condition carbohydrate, more significant value shown by wet carbohydrate content with 0.005. That is the significant value is 0.005, and you can see that there is a comparison of both dry and wet carbohydrate content with the best significant value. Here you can see the correlation of the secondary metabolite on environment condition. You can see that the phenolic compounds and the both dry and wet condition is compared with the respect to humidity and temperature. You can see that the wet phenolic component is showing more significant range, that is 0.001 to a significant value when compared to that of the dry phenolic compounds. So this wet and dry phenolic compounds has been compared with the humidity of 2016 data. You could see that here also you can see dry carbohydrate content is showing more significant value or better significant value when compared to that of the wet carbohydrate content. So each and every metabolite, that is primary metabolite and secondary metabolite, is compared with the temperature and humidity that is being observed from the databases. So this is a very good ideal condition that we can cultivate amaranthus in our garden and we can consume it and we can make a tablet based on that. So environment factors, coming to the summary and conclusion, environment factors like humidity, temperature, light, carbohydrates, minerals and water influence the plant growth and also the metabolite production. So carbohydrate content was observed to be more in wet condition. From the one-way ANOVA conducted, it showed that humidity has direct effect on the carbohydrate production. The values were statistically significant for 2015 and 2016 with respect to humidity during the wet and dry conditions. The production of secondary metabolite, especially we can see that phenols, they are greatly depending upon the humidity as on wet condition. So vitamin profiling shows that both Amaranthus tricolor and Amaranthus viridis is a better vitamin C dietary molecule. Thus, local geoclimatic conditions, seasonal variations, and external conditions like light, temperature greatly affect the secondary metabolite production of the plant. So the metabolite production in plant is very much ideal because it is being related with the environment condition and environment fluctuations are directly causing effect on the primary and secondary metabolite production in the plant. These are the references, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I would like to thank St. Joseph's College, Ernakulam, and MG University, Kottayam, for giving me this platform for presenting my work. I also thank BioLeaks for giving this opportunity to present my work. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pinky Cherian, for your presentation. So quickly moving on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to welcome Rahul Kashyap from Central University of Jharkhand from India, who will be discussing about the black carbon aerosol variability with key climatic variables and response of some extreme weather events in Jharkhand with focus on Ranchi, India.
A very good evening to all. I am Rahul Kashyap, a student of Integrated MTech in Geoinformatics, currently in my last semester. And this work which I am presenting is a part of my internship at Indian Institute of Meteorological Department, IMD Ranchi. Hope it is visible to all. Can you see it?
Yes, it's visible. You can put on slide one. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sorry. The screen is not coming from my side.
I guess that's network issue, but it's clear on this side.
Like I cannot see my screen itself. Like you can see my screen.
Yes.
How to get this sorted? Can you like stop presenting and then do it again?
Okay.
Hope it should work. Still it is happening. So your screen is coming on my screen.
Okay, you can present it without putting on slide mode. That's okay.
1 second. Okay, I'll try without putting in slide. Okay, I'll try anyways.
Okay.
So moving on with the study, as you can see, why is it important to study about black carbon aerosol? The thing is, it has like black carbon aerosol is basically the incomplete remnants of the combustion. While we burn anything like any fuel, or you burn any fuel wood or anything which we burn like peculiar exhaust, that basically does not burn completely. It has some organic or remains which is taken up by environment. There are various anthropogenic sources such as vehicular exhaust, cooking utensils on firewood, and there are some natural like volcanic eruptions, biomass burning. But this has like massive impacts on the atmosphere, like positive radiative forcing. For those who are not from climate background, radiative forcing is basically the amount of energy retained by the environment. And when it is positive, that means the environment is retaining more of energy. That would lead to the warming of the environment, which is basically leading to enhanced greenhouse effect, which is contributing to greater global warming, which has lot many health impacts, particularly impacting the breathing, like the lungs and all. So this study looks into the relationship between climatic variables such as air temperature, precipitation, AOD's aerosol optical depth, organic carbon content, and vegetation health with black carbon aerosol. The study takes into account the whole of the state of the Jharkhand, but the ground-based observation is only for the Ranchi city. This is the study area of the Ranchi city, located in the Deccan Plateau in the Chota Nagpur region. The ground-based measurement was only for the black carbon aerosol at the IMD meteorological station Ranchi, taken from the ethylometer, Mera Maggie ethylometer, and the various other products were taken from the satellites. The average concentration of the black carbon was taken for per minute. It was converted into hourly and further into like weeks, seasonal and monthly analysis. The seasonal analysis of the various months was then like compared to the extreme weather events, one specific event for one particular season. Like in pre-monsoon, we had squall. Squall is a sort of very severe thunderstorm, like of very higher exaggerated order. In monsoon, there was normal monsoon, overall monsoon season, and then compared it with the very high rain, extreme rainfall day, that is rainy day. And in the winter season, it was compared to the cloudy days, on the days on which the visibility is very low. The seasons were standard meteorological seasons taken as DJF was taken as winter, MAM is taken as summer, monsoon is taken as JJA, contradicting the Indian like meteorological which takes JJS, but it is taken as JJA for convenience, and SON is taken as post-monsoon. The maximum, minimum, mean values of various climatic parameters is calculated. The relationship of black carbon aerosol with all these parameters estimated using the coefficient of correlation R and R score values. You can see this gives the monthly black carbon aerosol content measured by the ethylometer. You can see the various variations in different months. It is normally very high in the winter months, particularly you can see it is January and December, it is very high peaks. And hourly duration, it is very high, particularly in the morning hours. You can see around 7 to 9 hours it is peak, and 19 to 21 hours at evening or night it is showing very high peak. This is because of the anthropogenic activities, like most of the urban people, they used to go their offices, schools in the morning hours. So that contributes. And in the night also, the people are returning back home from their offices and all. These are the peaks. And also there are some boundary layer mixing events, which is beyond the scope of the study, which is leading to that second peak. This diurnal feature of the two peaks is observed in all the seasons with varying degree of magnitude. And the maximum was observed in the month of, as I told, like in winter months and in also summer month like March. This is the seasonal for every season, like you can see for winters, post-monsoon, pre-monsoon, all seasons are there. The diurnal peak is highest difference. It can be seen. The delta basically gives the difference between the maximum and the minimum between the morning and the evening peaks, which is very high for the winter seasons, and it is very least for the monsoon season. You can see that is the microgram per meter cube, that it is the content of the aerosol in the weight in terms of volume. The negative sign shows that the evening has lesser content, and while this is the, sorry, I skipped, where the monsoon shows the least variation. This difference is the diurnal variation, and this we can see the satellite-based product. This is giving the output. You can see the spatial distribution in the various season. Maximum is seen in the winter at 7.47 and least in the monsoon at 2.67. In minimum, it is also showing the almost similar trend. Winter at 3.27 is again. Over it can be said that the winter records maximum level of black carbon aerosol, followed by the post-monsoon. Next is the summer and least in the monsoon. Because monsoon there is more rain. So in rain there is a lot of cloud mixing and spreading, which distributes the aerosol. That does not let it to settle in the upper part of the atmosphere. This is black carbon aerosol, and AOD also gives very much similar trend. Also, you can see the areas, these areas are having high in winter, some of the areas. And then again in this season, while monsoon, it is very much like lesser values. You can see green is less value, red and darker color are more values. Over it can be said that the AOD, winter records the maximum levels, followed by summer, next is post-monsoon, least in monsoon. Exactly similar as black carbon aerosol. This is organic carbon content. It will also show the similar trends as black carbon aerosol on AOD. Moving with this is very important. This is vegetation dynamics, NDVI. This gives the health of the vegetation, and it gives that maximum vegetation greening is seen in the post-monsoon, and also in the monsoon it is very good, and in the winters and summer it is not very good. Like there are lower mean values of the NDVI. This is precipitation intensity measured in terms of mm per day from GPM precipitation data. You can see again the monsoon has recorded the highest precipitation, followed by the post-monsoon. While winter you can see is almost dry, mostly dry in the entire of Jharkhand. And in the summer there is some certain parts are having, lower parts are having, southern parts are having, and northeastern part is having. But major the Ranchi is not having much of it, is moderate from 0.5 to 1.5 mm per day. Over it can be said that precipitation is significantly higher in monsoon as compared to other seasons, which is quite obvious. This is maximum, this is air temperature distribution from MERA to air temperatures. This is model satellite based product. For air temperature, like winter is showing lower air temperatures, while summer and monsoon are relatively warm, but post monsoon is cooler. The air temperature is lowest is 14.87, 19.16 next is monsoon summer. Over it can be said that summer is warm and monsoon is also warm. This is the key results. You can see this is the comparison of the overall black carbon concentration in mean winter season and foggy. You see, mean winter is this green one. Green one is the mean winter season, like overall for DJF months. And this is for foggy day, on days on which there is high fog concentration. This orange one, which is relatively very ahead of the showing higher peak values than the normal winter season, which means that on the foggy day, the black carbon aerosol concentration is relatively higher than the overall for the entire winter season. And similarly, this is for the rainy versus the monsoon season. You see again the orange curve is showing the overall mean for the rainy season, and the green one, this is showing for the mean monsoon. And sorry, I said the opposite. And for the rainy days, it is the orange one. Orange one, this is for specific very high rain day. This is showing lower values than the entire monsoon season. As I told earlier, because when there is higher rain, there is a lot of mixing in the atmosphere, a lot of convection currents, which redistributes the aerosol, reducing its values. This again, like for the squall day, I told you severe thunderstorm is squall. The orange one gives for the squall day values, and the green one gives the overall pre-monsoon values. On squall day, again, there are very lower values for the black carbon aerosol as compared for the entire season. Because squall is also thunderstorm is kind of similar. There is also a lot of convective clouds, a lot of convection is taking place. So it redistributes, having lower values. This is the overall overall yearly dynamics. What happens for black carbon aerosol? What happens for temperature? What happens for precipitation intensity? What happens for this? And this is the overall correlation, the relation between black carbon aerosol with the various parameters. Like organic carbon AOD, this gives the positive correlation at R is equal to 0.86. Air temperature shows high positive correlation at R is equal to 0.748. While precipitation shows negative correlation at minus 0.146. As mentioned that when rain is more, mixing is there and it redistributes. And NDVI, which gives the vegetation dynamics, also shows lower correlation. This is because when there is more of black carbon aerosol in the cloud, that it basically hinders the solar radiation to come on the plants, and this will hinder the photosynthetic process. And when photosynthetic process will be lower, obviously the vegetation health will not be that good. It will be declining. Chlorosis will take place. This is the main reason why it is showing the lower or the negative trend. Overall, what are the conclusions outcome of the study? Winter shows highest diurnal peak of the black carbon aerosol. All the months it is showing similar that two dual nature of the peak at 7 to 9 hours, one the first peak, and from 19 to 21 hours due to the anthropogenic activity that is basically the traffic behavior. Winter records the highest black carbon aerosol values and post-monsoon records the least. Similar trend is seen by the organic carbon content and aerosol. While for air temperature, summer and monsoon records higher values, while post-monsoon is cooler and winter being the coolest, which is quite obvious. In precipitation intensity, the monsoon and the post-monsoon record higher values, while summer records lower values and winter having very least value. Good vegetation condition obviously seen in the monsoon months because it has higher precipitation, and post-monsoon also because it has higher soil moisture, least in the summer because that is very warm season, which is not healthy for vegetation growth. The spatial significance pattern of the is very similar of organic carbon aerosol with the black carbon aerosol because all are like similar one family of the aerosols. And for temperature, it shows high positive correlation at 0.748, while precipitation it is showing negative, and it is also showing negative for vegetation as discussed earlier. The black carbon value drastically rises from 5.373 microgram per meter cube to 21 million thunderstorm as told earlier. Concentration of black carbon drastically decreases for intense rainfall spell. On foggy days, the concentration of black carbon significantly increases in the mid-winter season from 22.701 to 13.3064 is a normal like for entire winter season, while on foggy day it is 22.701. I would like to thank all the data providing sources. Heartiest thank to R.S. Sharma sir at Indian Meteorological Department Ranchi Center for providing the basic carbon aerosol data from the instrument, and all other data, satellite-based data products taken from the NASA websites such as Giovanni, LPDAC, and LASDAC. And heartiest thanks to the ISERS community and the Indian Conference on the Climate Change, and Anita ma'am for rescheduling my presentation. Actually, it was scheduled yesterday, but I had some personal commitment. That was my PhD interview, so I couldn't. And for providing all the timely updates on WhatsApp. Thanks a lot, ma'am. And to the entire BioLeaks and ISERS community. Thanks a lot. This is Rahul Kashyap.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Rahul Kashyap, for your amazing presentation. So moving on to our last presenter for the day.
Thank you.
I would like to welcome Jerry P. Alfonso from Tarlac Agricultural University, Philippines, who will be discussing about the climate change trends, impacts, and adaptation of upland farmers in La Trinidad, Benguet, Philippines.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So I will be the last presenter for today, and I just want to thank all my co-participants and also the organizers, ISERS and BioLeague, Ma'am Anita and Ma'am Jesela. Now I'm going to share my presentation to you. Is my presentation visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, thank you. I'll just present it.
Okay, sure.
Okay, there. So the title of my research paper is Climate Change Trends, Impacts and Adaptation of Upland Farmers in La Trinidad, Benguet, Philippines. So this paper is published under International Journal of Agronomy and Agricultural Research. So by the way, I'm Jeric P. Alfonso, an instructor at Tarlac Agricultural University, College of Agriculture and Forestry in the Philippines. So as we know, the Philippines is one of the developing countries in Southeast Asia, expected to suffer most of the negative impacts of climate change. It might be biased because of its geographical location. We are facing the Pacific Ocean. Yes, the Philippines is facing the Pacific Ocean. So many typhoons or strong typhoons is entering in our country. At the same time, the ENSO at the Pacific part is affecting the temperature of our country. So in the Philippines, majority of the upland areas are inhabited by farming communities with minimal outside assistance. These upland communities are prone to climate-induced risks such as landslide, droughts, heavy rains, and typhoons and other calamities. Thus, the study is conducted to analyze the climatic trends and identify its impacts to upland farmers in La Trinidad Benguet, and what are the adaptation strategies being employed by the farmers to combat these impacts of climate change. So the study used time series analysis for temperature and rainfall data to determine trends and change points that will indicate the local climate change. And sample survey method was carried out, complemented by various data gathering techniques to provide ample description, gathering techniques such as interview, focus group discussion, and field observation to provide ample description and understanding of the climate change impacts and adaptation of farmers in La Trinidad in the province of Benguet, Philippines. So purposive convenience and snowball sampling was used to identify the respondents from the selected barangays. The total respondents were identified by getting 20% of the total number of the farm household per barangay. And the area or the location of the study is here in the map. So respondents were selected based on the following criteria. This is one of the crucial part of this research. Bona fide residents of the barangay, at least we selected the participants based on bona fide residents of the barangay and at least 45 years old and have a 20 years experience in farming. So 20 years in farming based on the consideration that they are more knowledgeable and experienced in climatic change and climatic farming practices. So we selected all the farmer respondents based on their age, at the same time, their years of experience in farming. So as for the result, overall the regression for the entire time series for the mean annual minimum temperature of La Trinidad Benguet, Philippines indicates that there is a significant increase at a rate of 0.004 plus or minus 0.002 degrees Celsius per year. And a mean difference for the selected periods 1950 to 1993 and 1994 to 2017 with a 0.211 difference, 0.211 degrees Celsius mean difference, as you can see also in the graph. As for the mean annual maximum temperature, there is still a significant trend at increasing rate of 0.01 plus or minus 0.003 degrees Celsius per year. And for the mean annual difference, mean annual difference of the selected year, from years 1950 to 1976 as compared to the mean from years 1977 to 2017. And you can also see that in the graph. So basing on the data or the analysis that we have conducted, it shows that there is really an increasing trend or temperature in La Trinidad Valley in the province of Benguet, Philippines. As for the rainfall, it's because primarily of the variability of the data that we have collected. Sometimes the years have this too low rainfall amount or too high rainfall amount, the reason why we cannot really detect an increasing or decreasing trend for the mean annual rainfall of the La Trinidad in the province of Benguet, Philippines. So these are what is observed, or climate change is observed by the farmers, or majority of the farmers observed that there is really a change in the climate from the years 1990 to 1999. As you can see also in the table that it is 53.77% of the respondents mentioned that there is a change from the years 1990 to 1999. And these are the top 10 changes in climatic conditions observed and experienced by the respondents in the area. So temperature become warmer, especially in summer months, prolonged or longer dry season, climatic weather pattern is no longer predictable, decreasing occurrences of long monsoon rain, fewer typhoons, but their intensity is stronger. As you can see, all the observed changes of the farmers coincides with the trend analysis that we have conducted. The temperature really increases. That's the reason why the farmers also in the area, or the farmer respondents in the area, also feel these changes in the climate. Because of these changes, these are now the impacts of the changes. What are the climate change impact in the area? So estimated damage to the volume crop production due to climate change. So majority of the respondents mentioned that their volume crop production decreased from 25 to 50%. And all the farmer respondents mentioned that climate change really affecting their volume crop production. And the primary impacts to crops on the observed changes in climatic condition by the respondents are as follows: water stress problems, susceptibility to pests and diseases infestation, poor growth and development, wilting of crops, and physical damage from heavy rains. As for the impact of climate change to the quantity of water, majority of the farmers mentioned that their irrigation water supply decreased from 26 to 50% of their normal irrigation water supply. And majority also of the farmers mentioned that their irrigation water supply is just enough. If the temperature of La Trinidad in the province of Benguet, Philippines will still increase, will continue to increase, then this quantity water supply for irrigation used by the farmers in the area will be scarce in the future. Because of that, because of the impacts of climate change to the water resources and crop production of the farmers, their household income is also affected. Thus, they create their own adaptations. So like, for example, this one, what are the adaptations that they are used to combat these impacts of climate change? So they raise their beds, as for example, what you can see in the picture, against typhoons and against flood. They're using also multiple crops, or they're planting multiple crops against insect pest infestation, so that if one of the crop is affected by insect pests and diseases, then there's still other crops that they can sold in the market. They're also using these plastic tunnels. The local term for the area is tunnels. They're using these tunnels against the variability of rainfall event. Also, they're digging deep the irrigation canals, or they're digging deeper the irrigation canals to store more water against prolonged summer. And they're also increasing the frequency of using fertilizer, insecticide, fungicide against insect pest infestation, insect pest and diseases. And also they're getting water from different sources just to suffice the irrigation water supply that they can use for their crops. And lastly, they're scheduling. This is one of the things that they're doing right now in the area. They're scheduling. So if Monday, the other farmer respondents will water his crops, the other day, the other farmer will use the water. And also they're now timing their planting planting time based on the onset of the rainy season. So if there is already rain that is happening in the area, then that's the time that they're going to plant their crops and other adaptations. So based on that, on the result of the study, this is the conclusion. Climate change impacts are currently negatively affecting the production, water resources, and household economy of the farmers in the area, which the farmers now apply different various adaptation strategies to combat these impacts of climate change. So with that, as a recommendation, all concerned agencies should synchronize their programs, their projects and programs to support the adaptation of the farmers. And also they should introduce or create sustainable, holistic, environmental friendly, and low-cost adaptation to the upland farmers of La Trinidad, Benguet, Philippines, for them to cope more and become more resilient to these impacts of climate change. So that's all, and thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jerry, for your amazing presentation. It was a long wait for your presentation, I understand. We apologize for that.
Okay,
But it was a fantastic presentation. Thank you so much for being part of this. So presenters, thank you all. And we have come to the end of the second International Conference on Climate Change 2021. I thank all our eminent keynote speakers, our organizing secretary, and our session chairs on both days who have been here throughout our presentations and evaluated our presenters. Thank you so much to each and everyone who has joined us in these 2 days and helped us in making this a successful event. Thank you so much. So participants, before I wind up, I would like to give you a short glimpse about how to download the certificates. So you can download the certificates from your virtual platform itself. Just a moment. The virtual platform links has been already shared with you, and we will once again share it on the chat box. So as you enter the virtual platform, you have the option of here to click on certificate. And you're requested to enter your details here. So before you sign in, you are requested to sign up by giving the relevant information about yourself. And you are requested to create a password, an alphanumeric password, and you can sign up and create an account by which you will be getting a 1-year free membership and be part of the International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability. On signing into your account, you will be available with the 1-year free membership certificate as well as your conference certificate. And further, this will give you the privileges of getting more discounts in the upcoming events, as well as the privileges for the direct publication of your research papers. So in case if you find further difficulties, you can write to us, or you can contact Ms. Anita regarding the same. And we'll make sure that maximum of 1 week you will get your certificates. You need not worry about it. So you can write back to us at any time. And I would also like to inform you about the next event that is upcoming event organized by BioLeaks Worldwide as well as ISCRS, being a responsible climate activist and researchers. It will be a great contribution from your side if you can be part of this 7th Go Green Summit, which is one of our branded international conference that happens annually. And this year we will be conducting it in Manila, Philippines. And if you are unable to travel due to the pandemic situation, you need not worry. You can present it virtually. Virtual as well as physical slots are available for this conference, and the registrations are open. And you can start submitting your papers and be part of this change, where you can make a change to the upcoming generation and make a greener earth. So thank you so much once again to all our participants and honorable dignitaries who has joined us these 2 days. Thank you so much and have a nice day.